Hello, dear travelers. I'm Phoenix, and tonight we journey into a darker time through mist covered lands haunted by silence and sorrow. Over 700 years ago, the Black Plague swept across continents, leaving devastation in its wake. But this isn't just history, it's a tale of survival, courage, and eerie beauty. So take a deep breath, settle in, and allow your thoughts to quiet. Together, we'll follow Stefan, a lone wanderer in a kingdom touched by the plague. Through ruined villages, ghostly roads, and shadowed forests, his path unfolds, a story woven with fear, resilience, and the strange calm that follows great tragedy. Let the world slip away and drift with me into the plague lands, and let me know in the comments from where and what time you are listening from. Stefan let out a great sigh as he and Gregor stared up at the city whose thick walls had survived the siege engines of Norgoth 2 centuries ago. They had looked forward to food and companionship in the king's garrison of the great eastern city after several weeks on the road. The two soldiers had talked of little else as they drew closer to the city over the past few days, building their anticipation. There had been no travelers or merchants passing them for the past 5 days, which they had noted as odd, but they had kept their dark fears to themselves. The black flag of plague whipped in the wind on top of the right guard tower that kept watch over the main gate. The pestilence is here too, Stefan whispered aloud to make sure his ears heard what his eyes saw. But the governor's flag still flies, so he lives. No womanly charms for us this night, Gregor lamented with great pain. Sardiford is struck with the walking death, and all you can think of is your prick? Stefan challenged, with a bit of incredulity in his voice. It is easier to digest, Gregor admitted, as he turned his horse from the highway to strike out across the cleared fields. Stefan nodded that he understood far too well. When they were given their orders to seek out the governor of Northeastern Province and deliver their king's decree, the first of the plague pits were being dug outside the walls of the capital city. The cemeteries were already full, and the gravediggers were overwhelmed with too many corpses to dig single plots anymore. Death stank, but plague death had its own wretched smell that transcended the usual detestable reek of rot and decay. Bodies littered the street, crowded the temples, and overwhelmed the hospitals. Neither prayer nor medicine could overcome the symptoms. Humans died by the hundreds, rat carcasses huddled in the gutters by the thousands. But even pigs, dogs, and cats were not immune from the pestilence. Stefan had watched 2 pigs fight stubbornly over a stained shirt that a plague victim had torn from his body as the final stages of the disease tore his sanity and his soul from his body. They wrestled and played tug with the shirt for some time. Hours later, Stefan, glancing out the window, stared in horror at the 2 dead pigs with the shredded shirt lying beneath them. He thanked the gods that he was a king's guard instead of an undertaker who might die by merely touching the garments of the plague dead. It was one of many images Stefan couldn't shake from his memory. The 2 rode partway around the city through the countryside and made a small camp at the edge of a small wood. They chanced a fire because they couldn't really stomach sitting in the first darkness with only their thoughts to keep them company. A fire might attract unwanted attention of early symptom plague bearers, but they felt their shriveled souls needed the sustenance of purifying flame. They laid out their swords and their bows at their feet, deciding to take their chances. The king's guard had a glamorous ring to it, as if only the strongest, most adept soldiers of the kingdom served in this elite unit. Little about the king's guard was elite, unless one counted the number of wealthy young men whose family bought them a slot in this safe unit that didn't usually go into the battlefield. They didn't even guard the king. That duty was assigned to the Black Shield, who really were powerful and deadly. The king's guard was a unit of armed lackeys who were sent on boring errands throughout the kingdom. Grigor came from a rich family, but he had the unfortunate luck to be born the second son of a wealthy landowner. As the second son, he would inherit little in order to keep the family lands intact. His father had not been so hard-hearted as to completely abandon the younger son and bought him a livelihood in the king's service. Still, Gregor was more than a bit bitter at his circumstance and greatly missed the sweeter benefits of living in a manor. Stefan was the oddball in the garrison of the king's guard, for he came neither from wealth nor minor nobility. He had been sent to the temple schools to be raised for the priesthood, a common practice among the larger families out in the provinces. He had been more than smart enough to pass exams, but had no desire to truly study and excel. However, he was the best on the fields and in the training halls. In the trials of deprivation and survival that every initiate had to endure, Stefan thrived. His masters were disappointed in his lack of academic interests, but saw in him characteristics that could serve the temple well in the years to come. They eased him into a slot in the guard before he took his final vows. Every so often, his masters would remind him whom he ultimately served. The leash was long and light, but Stefan was still chained to the temple wall. He served two masters with little room to maneuver. The night passed without incident, and the two men quickly broke camp, setting forth to meet up with the road that would take them north and east of the mighty fortress. Sardiford could fight off the most vicious of invaders, but was laid low by plague. Was no place safe? Stefan and Gregor brought their horses to a halt on the upper road and observed the back gate of Sardiford. A wagon emerged loaded with corpses and wended its way past covered pits to reach the new, freshly dug hole. No mourners or professional wailers trailed the wagon as it made its lonely, creaking journey. Gravediggers stood on temporary platforms next to the wagon, which was backed up to the pit. With long wooden pitchforks, the men would roll the dead bodies out of the wagon and into the wide, gaping hole. The empty wagon would pull away to make the same journey back to the city wall, while the gravediggers traded their pitchforks for shovels. A few shovelfuls of dirt to make a thin level of separation for the next load, and then the men rested and waited for next gruesome but inevitable delivery. They turned towards their destination. The forest of the Crandall was quiet, as if the beasts were in mourning with the rest of the world. The pounding steps of their horses echoed with no response through the woods. Even the birds in the trees were unusually quiet, preferring to flit away without complaining as they drew past their perches. It was after midday when the two men chanced upon their first sighting of an animal, a marmot frothing at the mouth and wandering drunken-like in the middle of the road. Gregor shot the creature with an arrow before both men eased their horses past the carcass, giving it as much birth as they could. The symptoms looked different, but they were of one mind. Even the beasts of the field suffered the plague. Both men lapsed into another bout of grim silence. The next day they came across a tiny village of 6 houses and 2 barns. They shouted loudly, but no one responded to their calls. After sticking their heads in a few doorways, they found the inhabitants huddled together in death. Even in rigor, the power of their held hands gave testimony to the love that the plague had extinguished. Neither man wanted to believe that they were moved by the sight. A tiny cry reached their ears from the house on the far edge. They rushed to the hovel and found the mother coiled around the crib, protecting its contents even in death. In the crib was a baby, weak and red-faced from crying. "Don't touch it," Gregor hissed as Stefan reached out instinctively. "Touch that baby and you die of plague." "We can't just leave him here," Stefan pleaded. "Do either of us have breasts in which to suckle a baby? His mother kept him from the plague, but still he is doomed," Gregor hollowly announced. He shook his head as if to deny the certainty of his words, but there was no escape from the truth. Stefan stared down at the swathed body. "What do we do?" Gregor walked to the door, refusing to look Stefan in the face. Either he suffers and dies, or he dies now. "Will you do it?" Stefan begged, already knowing the answer, even as the words tumbled from his lips. "I can't," Gregor called out in a strained voice, and walked away into the sunlight. Stefan was left alone in the hut. The sun poked through the holes in the wattle, leaving streaks of light on the dirt floor and walls of the otherwise dim room. A slight breeze made the rushes on the roof rustle their dried fingers against each other. In the distance, Stefan heard the bleat of a goat. Stefan shuffled out a moment later, mumbling the prayer of release on his lips. There were no more cries from the little house. The 2 soldiers hunted down the goat and then rode on before making camp, trying to make as much distance between them and the village as they could. The goat meat filled their bellies, but they tasted little of its rich flavor. 10 days later, the 2 soldiers trotted their horses through the growing fields that fed the provincial town of Asala, seat of the governor of the northeastern province of the kingdom. As they came into view, a bell sounded from one of the guard towers, and the doors began to shut. The 2 men looked at each other and shrugged with a lack of understanding. They took their time and marched up to the gate. Their uniforms were clearly visible, but the gate refused to budge as they drew near. "Ho, gatekeeper," Gregor yelled. "We are the king's guard here on official business with the governor. Open the gate." "Have you come from the plague lands?" a voice called down. "Aye." "Then you shall not enter this domain, king's guard or not. The plague has not penetrated these walls, and you shall not be the ones to bring it into our midst. Begone." Stefan was perturbed. "We are not infected with the plague, gatekeeper. We have no swellings on our bodies or disfigurements. Neither of us is coughing or spitting blood." An older female voice joined the gruff male from the tower. "You have no symptoms of the plague on you." "None, my lady," Gregor confirmed. Upon my honor as a soldier of the King's Guard, we are untouched. There was a murmur of voices as an argument ensued in the tower. Gregor and Stefan couldn't catch the gist of the argument, only a few snatches of words here and there. Very well, the lady called down. Dismount and remove all of your clothes. That's highly irregular, Gregor called back, but Stefan was already climbing off of his horse. The two stripped off all of their clothes and left them in a pile by their horses. Gregor glanced at Stefan and remarked, "I didn't know you hung to the left." "I'm left-handed, fool," Stefan bit back with garrison-grown bravado. "Hold your arms up and turn around slowly that we may examine all of your skin," came the command from above. The two nude men slowly rotated in place as one called to the other, "I hope they're enjoying the show." They waited. Finally, one of the doors opened, and two old maids came forward with long leather gloves and two small cauldrons. Their faces looked set, and their countenance was most unhappy. The last thing on their minds appeared to be the sight of two naked young men. "Step away from your clothes," the one with buck teeth ordered. "If you are truly soldiers," the other dared them, "then you will endure this acid bath without caterwauling. I hate to see grown men cry." The maids put in their gloves, which came up almost to their shoulders, and then reached into the cauldron for the scrubbing rags. A hiss escaped from Stefan's lips as the liquid burned the dead skin from his flesh. Gregor didn't bother to withhold his displeasure and offered up many fanciful combinations of his favorite expletives. "Close your eyes, dearie," Stefan's torturer ordered. "You don't want to get this stuff in your eyes. Burn the orbs right out of your sockets if you're not careful." Stefan began chanting the rune of enduring strength as his maid rubbed the more delicate parts of his body. His eyes were closed, but he felt her look upon him as the low chant passed between them. She had him bend over to clean out that most private of spots, which had his mind keening in pain. He held to the notes, though, and kept chanting as he felt her attention turn to his scalp. The roots of his hair felt like they were smoking. Gregor screamed in agony. "All done," the maid whispered in his ear. "You have an inner fortitude to you. Don't share." The older female voice that was above them now called to Stefan and Gregor from the doorway. "Leave all of your equipment where it is and come to the door." As Stefan and Gregor walked towards the door, they heard one of the old maids remark to the other, "Have you ever seen one that leans to the left?" "I shall not be able to take a crap for a week," Gregor mentioned to Stefan out of the side of his mouth, "much less sit down." "You scream like a girl," Stefan replied. "The way they were going about it, I almost became a girl," Gregor retorted. They marched up to the mature woman, who gave their bodies a professional survey before allowing them to step into the entrance. She still had a youthful figure with a full bosom. Her hair was a dark brown, pulled back with a leather thong, and pierced with long stick with no hint of gray. The intelligence in her hazel eyes was undeniable. Gratefully, the two soldiers donned the proffered robes and stepped into sandals under her watchful eyes, while half a platoon of soldiers, armed with metal-tipped spears, guarded the inner way. "What was that all about?" Stefan queried. "We think the plague travels on the body or on the clothes. The woman answered, "The physicians say it is because of an evil alignment of the planets," Gregor responded. Stefan shook his head. "The priests say that it is the lack of true faith, and this is the punishment. I care not whether it is the gods, planets, or curses of our sworn enemies. The plague is carried by people and animals. Keep the vermin out, clean the people, and isolate the animals is the best defense." The woman slapped them with her sharp tongue. Her eyes flashed with a heat that puzzled Stefan and scratched his curiosity. They walked through town with their escort, ignoring the stares of the townspeople as they passed. While Stefan had no issue with the temporary loss of status that his uniform afforded, Gregor was fuming, his humiliation written on the furrows of his forehead. Like penitents before their master, the two soldiers came before the governor in their plain robes. Their skins were red and blotchy, and their scalps felt the pull of their hair, so brutal was their scrubbing. "Sorry about the precautions, men," the governor offered without much force of sympathy. "Morella has kept the plague from breaching these walls, despite the wave of pestilence that swarms around and past us. You will heal in a day or two, and in time you will be grateful for her knowledge and insight." Gregor grunted with his discomfort as he shifted from foot to foot. He swallowed the brandy restorative that the butler offered without so much as a "thank you" to his host. The governor began as the healer Morella joined them. "What news do you bring from the rest of the kingdom?" They spoke at length of what they had seen and experienced. The governor and his healer allowed them to recite their adventure without interruption for some time. When they finished, it was Morella who had the questions. "What are the symptoms of the plague that you have seen?" Gregor answered. "Purple splotches appear on the body and spread. Their breath takes on the smell of death, and growths appear about the size of almonds under their arms or around their groins, sometimes on their necks. Delirium gradually takes over. 3 days pass at most, and the person dies." Stefan continued where his friend left off. "Another form is the coughing death. A person starts coughing from his lungs. Within hours, he begins coughing blood. He vomits blood until he dies, maybe 3 days. The living ignore these plague bodies, leaving them where they lay, lest they come in contact with the poisoned blood." Stefan considered his next words and decided that truth was necessary. "There is a third form of the plague, which I have seen with my own eyes, but there are never any survivors to talk of it. This form is very quick, and in less than a day a person dies. The limbs go stiff and then turn black. The body curls and coils about itself with a terrible rictus until the person dies. Most of the barbers in the capital city died in this manner, along with their clients, some of them still with the bleeding cups on their limbs." "The Black Death," the governor whispered in horror. "Besides humans, what else has been stricken with plague?" Morella pressed. "Rats, lots of rats," Gregor recollected with a nod of his head. Stefan told of the 2 pigs and the shirt. Then he remembered the marmot in the forest, which they had shot. "Did you say a marmot?" An incredulous Morella sputtered. "Yes, my lady," a bewildered Stefan confirmed. "Damnation!" The woman cursed and launched herself from the chair and out the door. 3 heads followed her unspoken tirade as she carried on into the hallway. Gregor and Stefan had no clue what to make of the woman's peculiar behavior. Gregor, belated, remembered, "We have a sealed letter for you from King Gringolas, but we left it in my saddlebag. I suppose that we cannot retrieve it." "The contents can wait, I am sure," the governor burbled. "The old man wants his taxes, which we haven't delivered because none want to walk through the plague lands, except for you two loyal idiots." The older man sighed. "You are dismissed. You have beds and a decent meal waiting for you." The two men limped to the garrison and gingerly sat themselves on the hard benches with their steaming bowls of food. They drank several extra helpings of ale to drown out the pain of their nerve endings and took themselves to an early bed. Unable to toss and turn, they eased down onto the straw mattress on their backs and slowly released each muscle that tensed as it hit a decidedly less than soft bed. With the fear of plague still bouncing around in their heads, they fell into a restless sleep. Esala was a puzzle that Stefan couldn't quite figure out. The city was far too clean, lacking the smell of shit, piss, and rotting garbage. The cesspools were missing. There were no animals in the buildings, except for cats and a few dogs. Even the people looked clean and had little odor about themselves, which was totally odd. May Day was the annual festival of the bath, and that was months in the past. These people had bathed much more recently, even the children. Gregor had gone to the captain of the garrison to determine when they would get their clothes and possessions back. They had heard talk that everything coming from outside had to be fumigated, whatever that meant. Gregor, being the senior member of the two, had the obligation of figuring out whatever that meant. As Stefan made his way back to the garrison in hopes of snatching a midday meal, he felt a pinch on his bicep. He turned into the face of the old maid who had scrubbed him down yesterday. She looked up at him with a gaped tooth grin and motioned him to follow her with a little wiggle of her index finger. He followed down and around until they came abreast of the herbalist shop with its leaf and thistle sign that universally signaled all who cared that a practitioner of herbs had a shop. "The healer would like a word with you," the old maid cackled. She grasped an edge of his sleeve and pulled him into the shop. Stefan had to duck to avoid colliding with a plant hanging from a suspended pot. "Ah, you found him, Esme," a familiar female voice called from the back of the long room. Stefan followed the voice until he saw Morella sitting at a high table cluttered with vessels. Oil lamps, focused with mirrors, lit her face and the tabletop, causing Stefan to blink rapidly to adjust his eyes. He cautiously tiptoed around the sacks, pots, and crates that created a nearly indiscernible path to the back where she sat. As he drew near the light, he took in the mortars and pestles, along with the stone and glass jars. To his right were shelves secured to the wall, holding mysterious-looking containers whose contents he could not decipher. A slightly cloying scent of wildflowers filled the air. "Grab the stool against the wall and come sit across from me, guardsman," the woman softly commanded. She spooned a mixture of some sort into a tan cream base and began stirring. "What's that?" Stefan pointed at her concoction, unaware that the abruptness of his question might be considered rude. "The base is oil of the Brigada plant, filtered and partially evaporated. The active ingredients are mostly petals of the white star and evanescent flowers, which promote healing of the skin. Oh, Stefan answered, realizing that he had just stepped into a deep lecture on the study of botanicals. He had a quick flashback to the classrooms of his school and the droning lectures of the priests. At least Morella was soft on the eyes compared to those flinty stone heads. With that thought, a chuckle escaped from his throat. Mirella raised an eyebrow. Something in my description strikes you as funny, guardsman. No, my lady. Stefan straightened his spine. Your words sent me back to my master's classrooms for a moment. Esme told me that you were uttering a priest's chant while she disinfected you. Your soap was rather brutal, Stefan replied, and I am still smarting from its effects today. Morella pursued her point. What was the chant? The rune of enduring pain. It focuses the mind to free itself and ignore the pain of the outside world. Morella forced him to look into her eyes with her gaze. So you are a priest. I disappointed my masters, and they placed me in the king's guard before I took my final vows. Stefan freely admitted to an outsider for the first time. Not a priest, but a priestly vassal, Morella clipped. They raised and educated me. Stefan protested until he saw the disdain cross her face. But I fear there is an unwanted collar about my neck. For some reason, he didn't want to admit or explore. He wanted to please this woman. You may get lucky, guardsman, Morella pointed at him with her mixing spoon. The pestilence doesn't discriminate between priest and peasant. Your chain may have already evaporated, and you don't realize it yet. Perhaps, Stefan responded without much enthusiasm. A moment of silence passed between them before Stefan asked, Why did you send for me? You can read, true? Mirella asked, and Stefan nodded in the affirmative. Mirella put down her spoon and walked to one of the dark shelves, retrieving a small codex with a blackened, cracked leather cover. She handled the book gently, opening to a certain page without straining the sewn binding that looked fragile. Read this passage aloud, Mirella insisted with a pointing of her finger. Stefan had to squint to read the faded ink. The shaman Ingik no Shurukan shared his greatest secret of his forest goddess with me in exchange for the Borgata root and its oil. The animals of the forest were the emissaries of the goddess, bringing messages for the people to heed. A doe with 2 fawns meant many births in the spring. An overabundance of frogs warned of a sustained drought whose inevitability could not be thwarted. The appearance of marmots in the fields signaled the goddess's great anger that the people should abandon her domain or die the great mortality. Morella turned the page and pointed to another paragraph. Stefan cleared his throat and continued. We walked to a large field that was piled with stones and weeds. No honest grass grew on the land. He pointed to the boundaries and told me that this was grave of the great mortality after the last marmots appeared. I measured the length and breadth of the field with my eyes and calculated the numbers in my thoughts. The grandfather of Shaman Ingik no Shurukan buried thousands of his people, over half of his tribe, because of the displeasure of his goddess. I thank my gods that we do not pray to such a vile deity. Stefan finished reading and looked into Morella's face with a questioning look. This travelogue has been in my family for generations, she explained. Healers travel far and wide before they settle down for life. My family has an ancient lineage of healing, and we are successful because we pass down our knowledge through the generations. The writer was my grandfather, 4 times grand. Stefan whistled in reply. When I told you I saw a plague-stricken marmot on the road, you made the connection to this passage. We don't worship this forest goddess. Morella snorted. You have spent too much time in temple schools and not enough time in the world. The report is not about some barbarian's idea of a god, but about the appearance of a marmot in human lands. When marmots appear this close to human habitation, the plague arises. Stefan was confused. But we don't hunt marmots, not their flesh or their fur. With whom do marmots neighbor, guardsman? Morella sounded like a tutor. They are burrowing creatures of the meadows and fields on the edge of the trees, mostly. They are found with mice, rats, and the like, he answered nonchalantly. Then follow my train of reasoning. What creatures live among us, from our humblest hovels to our greatest cities? Stefan began to get excited. Mice and rats. If I understand your logic, then your conclusion is if we rid ourselves of the vermin, we can avoid the plague. He was thinking furiously. So you convinced the governor to rid the town of all the garbage and waste where the rats eat and live. That's why Asala is so clean. He stopped in confusion. Why does everyone have to take a bath? Fleas and lice, marmots, rats, and humans share the same pests. Those pests may be the instrument that transmits the plague between all of us and these forest creatures. If we bathe our bodies and wash our clothes, we purge the pests from our midst. Stefan rocked back in his seat in shock. I've been taught since infancy that bathing is an act of vanity and removes a layer of protection between the evil vapors and the body. Does this bathing work? Morella smiled. Better than prayer and astrology so far. There is no plague in Asala, and for some reason, she paused with a deeper smile. There are no priests or physicians here either. Stefan laughed with her until he shifted too rapidly and rubbed his skin. He hissed in pain. Did everyone have to take the same murderous bath I did yesterday? He asked. Number we began purging the filth before the plague reached this region. Many of the soaps I use are much less caustic than the one Esme anointed you with yesterday. I will not take any chances of using lesser remedies now that the plague has swept through the area, guardsman. Stefan, he said. Please call me Stefan. He reached forth his hand in friendship and hissed in pain again as the robe rubbed across the back of his shoulder blade. Your skin is still raw, Mirella commented as she stroked his hand. What a pity, for I am lonely tonight and looking for company. Surely a lady of your stature has plenty of willing volunteers to warm her bed. Stefan tried to turn the conversation. You are not afraid of healers, Stefan. Most men are. Those who are not intimidated are usually looking for something more than a romp in the hay when they come into my shop. Well, you appear most desirable in my eyes. Stefan let slip before he realized what he had confessed. He blushed. Even if I am older by a decade or a half more than you, she asked with a bit of steel behind a tight grin. Even so, Stefan admitted. Mirella gave him a generous bow from the waist. Then I insist that you join me for an evening's repast tomorrow and expect to stay the night. I would like nothing better, but will I be healed by then? Stefan squirmed. This salve is for your skin. Morella pointed to the mortar and the concoction that she had been mixing. Let me show you how to apply it. She came around the table and deftly opened up his robe, exposing his reddened cock beneath. Taking a scoop of the emollient on her fingers, she gently rubbed it into the skin of his member, causing it to quickly inflate. As it came into its full rigidity, she slathered more cream upon it, lending a cooling sensation to the irritation. Tenderly she stroked his length, and his excitement grew. She fondled him ever more rapidly until he couldn't hold back his hips. Stefan closed his eyes and tilted his head backwards as the urge to release rapidly overwhelmed him. He felt Morella shift position just before he cried out, and a torrent of ropey white fluid shot from his cock and into a bowl that Morella was holding in her other hand. She answered his shock with a simple answer. There is no sense in letting it go to waste. Sperm is a prime ingredient in certain expensive cosmetics for aging skin, and it is not always easy to get. Someone has to pay for your medicinal ointment. A healer has to eat too. Stefan leaned forward and gave her a slow kiss on the lips, while her hand refused to let go of his deflating cock. He grabbed the stone bowl of ointment and stood up to straighten his robe. Disengaging himself from her intimate embrace, he broke into an easy smile of a man at peace for the moment. I'll return your mortar tomorrow when I come for dinner, he promised, with another kiss on her lips. He threaded his way back through the shop and out the door. By the afternoon of the next day, both Gregor and Stefan were feeling a bit more of their old selves. Their clothes and boots had been returned, clean and fresh smelling, even if the colors were a touch faded from the harsh chemicals used to purge any pests. The ointment was akin to an overnight miracle, and both men were able to move freely in their clothes without raw, exposed nerves crying out with every awkward movement. True to form, Gregor had already located the best brothel in the town with a fairly precise description of the most enticing wenches. He was momentarily disappointed when Stefan explained his plans for the evening at the home of the healer. However, Gregor's fleeting displeasure was replaced by a target of opportunity, Stefan's new infatuation with an older woman. You can't resist a woman who orders your near emasculation, Gregor mused aloud. I guess that she has taken a hold of your balls and not let go since the front gate. Gregor continued to speculate. You must really enjoy those mummeries that hang down to the knees. Something to hang on to, I imagine. And so on. Stefan blithely ignored the jabs as they wandered the streets trying to entertain themselves. Between the taunts, Gregor latched onto a simple plan of walking into the best tavern in town and letting the townsfolk buy them tankards of ale in exchange for their tales of the kingdom under the heavy hand of the plague. The local ale was dark and bitter, a far different brew than the pale ale of the central plains of the capital. It was stronger too, and Stefan had to push back from the table sooner than he expected. He didn't want to so snockered as to endanger the anticipated pleasures of the evening. From past escapades, he knew that Gregor wouldn't stop until he had fallen into a naked stupor in some whore's bed, preferably one with blonde tresses. Even if he had desired the same, Gregor drank as if he had a hollow leg and had put many a professional tavern man to shame. Next to him, Stefan was a novice. When Gregor began to embellish some of their sightings, Stefan quietly brought his companion back to the reality of their adventures. He had a niggling fear that if they scared the populace too thoroughly, the governor might not let them out of the gate to return. Besides, what they had seen was enough to provoke nightmares and protests of disbelief. With his need for drunken companionship eminently fulfilled by mid-afternoon, Stefan abandoned the warm confines of the tavern for the streets. Market day was tomorrow, and Stefan had no use for established shops or their wares. He had been placed in the king's guard with the usual parsimonious nature of the priests, and lived off of a soldier's salary. Gregor always had more crowns than him, while Stefan had more pennies. Stefan wasn't jealous, but there was certainly a hint of envy in the easy ways of his companion in the city. An antiquarian shop drew his attention anyways, and inside he found a genial man whose thin frame was offset by a huge gray beard that burst around his face. Stefan gazed at the 100 or so books that lined the shop at the back of thick tables. The existence of the shop was a curiosity in and of itself, but the collection of so many books only deepened his curiosity. One of the many whips the masters held over the novitiates was the unique skill of reading, writing, and arithmetic that priests mastered and used for the sake of their gods and land. As they calculated the mysterious right-hand side of the decimal, they learned that only 2% of the population was literate. Even of that 2%, many were copyists who knew not what they were copying, but treated words as if they were pictures to be replicated. If Essala had 50,000 inhabitants, which could easily be high, then maybe 1,000 people could read. If half were copyists, then only 500 would dare to approach a book. Yet this shop had near 100 books. Who had the money and the wherewithal to purchase such luxuries? The merchant gave him a once-over, determining his ability to purchase based on his clothes and bearing. Stefan had no illusions that his purse would be surreptitiously judged as more than lacking. One does not expect a king's guard to be perusing books for purchase, the shopkeeper opened. This king's guard is surprised to see a shop full of books in his sala, Stefan countered with a lightness in his voice. The merchant chuckled. The governor's college makes such an establishment possible and perhaps necessary. Stefan was taken aback. I've never heard of this institution. I thought that only the Holy University and King's College were the only sanctioned institutions of higher learning in the kingdom. The old man chuckled. You are standing in one of the furthest corners of the kingdom, young guardsman. The priests have no reach here, and Gringolas's hand is barely felt. Whatever benefits of civilization that Essala needs, she must forge for herself. The garrison is little better a night watchman's brigade, and as you learned from your own journey, the trip to Fortress Sardiford is 2 weeks by horseback. If we were attacked, it would take a month for troops to arrive at best. That is, if troops were sent. Just as with soldiers, we must also supply our own learned men. Stefan was stumped. If Essala is so far removed, from where do these books come? The thin man grabbed a black leather tome and cracked it open to the frontispiece in order to explain. Some of our texts come from the holy, but just as many come from eastern kingdoms beyond our borders, which have their own colleges and scholars. Many of our roads lead out of the kingdom. This alchemy text was written at the Uzbekar. How is it that I have never heard of these colleges? The curious young man asked. Can you read? Stefan nodded. I was a novitiate. Ah, exclaimed the older man, as if that explained everything. You were raised in the temple schools. You must have been bored out of your skull. In fact, I was, Stefan readily confirmed, and then drew back with suspicion. How did you know? I know that the priests teach you a very narrow set of facts and concepts to keep you far from heresy. The old man encapsulated the word by wiggling both index fingers. Heresy is anything that challenges their so-called divine right to power. You were shown only a very small selection of writings. Smart people are fine, but imaginative or creative people are dangerous in the priestly world. I guess you didn't quite toe the line, guardsman. I behaved, Stefan defended himself, but I was so bored with the lessons that I hardly put any effort into my studies, and that was not proper attitude for final vows. The old man closed the book and patted Stefan's hand where it rested on the table. Consider yourself one of the lucky ones, son. You got out from under their grip. Stefan blanched slightly at the assumption that he had loosed the leash of his masters, but held his tongue. The old man walked back to his paneled desk, and Stefan took the opportunity to examine the first page of the book again. The Rasaratana Karam was a weighty exploration of the manipulation of minerals to create metals of different characteristics. He flipped to an anonymous page and examined a picture of a tool made of laced strands of thin threads of metal, which the caption called a sieve. Stefan swallowed with the realization that he had never considered that metals could be so thoroughly manipulated. The owner interrupted his ruminations with a small scroll in his hand that he placed next to the book. I suspect that a guardsman's salary cannot match the cost of this tome, but for 5 pennies I have a scroll that will spark your mind when you rest at night from your travels. Stefan was so taken aback by the offer that he automatically dug the coins out of his purse and laid it in the man's hand. Keep it in your bags away from the wet, the shopkeeper advised with a dismissal of his hand. He shooed the surprised young man out into the street, who stood in the street not knowing exactly what to do. The deepening shadows pierced Stefan's fog, reminding him that he had an anticipated appointment to attend. Since they hadn't set an hour of meeting, nor had he heard the call of the watchman with the hour, Stefan was at a loss. Rationalizing that he had nothing important left to do, Stefan made his way through the streets to the healer's door. He stepped into the doorway only to be greeted with an old woman's sharp retort. We're closed. That is a good thing. Stefan called back to the figure stooping over a dustpan in the corner. Oh, look, Esme, the woman called to another part of the long room. It's the young man who stole a kiss from our mistress last eve. As his eyes adjusted, he saw a lascivious grin devouring him with its brown and crooked teeth. He was amused and repulsed at the same time but kept his face deliberately neutral lest she see that he was reacting to her verbal baiting. "Where is your dear mistress?" he politely asked. The old woman tilted her head and waggled her eyebrows. "She's in back brewing some evil formula that renders men malleable and susceptible to the wiles of women while fortifying their virility." Both women cackled long and loud at their joke upon the young man. Stefan made his way through the maze of goods with a pasted face of annoyance on his face that only made the ladies laugh louder. He held back a rebuke for fear that he might anger their mistress. Overweening pride was not one of his weaknesses. Still, no one enjoyed being the butt of a joke. Their laughter followed him through the back doorway and down a short hall to another door. He knocked politely and stepped in without waiting for an answer. The smell of seasoned dishes and fresh bread filled his nostrils. The kitchen was warm and comfortable, with a brick fireplace and a tiled floor instead of the more common fieldstone. As he reached for the bowls of various vegetables and vegetable pastes to sample a taste, a voice rebuked him. "Touch it, and you lose the finger." Stefan felt like a chastised little boy, and he didn't like the sensation at all. He harumphed his displeasure, but backed away from the table. Spotting a comfortable perch, he sought out the master's chair by the fireplace and withdrew his new acquisition from his belt. The scroll had been twined around a smoothed piece of wood, preventing the thick vellum from being creased or crushed. He read the title, "Perambulations of Planetary Bodies and Their Calculus," and scratched his head with incomprehension. His dismay grew as he unfurled the scroll and scanned the thick paragraphs interspersed with long mathematical equations. He stopped a moment to examine one equation a little closer and realized that the equation was an algebraic equation. Algebra frustrated him. He had told all of his friends in class that he hated the subject, knowing full well he was telling a lie. When he understood it, he loved the subject, but when he couldn't solve the problem, the aggravation sent his quill sailing like a dart onto the floor in front of his feet. When the ink soaked up all of the dirt on the floor, making a gooey mess on the tip of his quill, his anxiety only ratcheted up. Algebra sfify. A soft hand caressed the side of Stefan's neck, running up to tickle the ridge of his ear. The light touch sent a shiver down his spine and through his toes. "What are you reading?" a soft, feminine voice whispered in his ear. The shopkeeper at the antiquarian store pushed his scroll on me after he learned that I studied in the preschools, Stefan answered, wanting to feel more shivers down his back. When Morella read the title of his scroll, she let out a deep chuckle that caused her breast to rub the back of his head. "So Pomodore wants to make a heretic out of you before you reach the capital. You had better be careful, young guardsman," she softly cautioned him, with a finger tracing the bumps and ridges of the inside of his other ear. "Careful of what?" Stefan whispered as he closed his eyes in delicious reverie. "That scroll will turn your world upside down, literally. If you master that text, so powerful are its teachings that you will find yourself walking in a new world, even though the same sun is overhead." Stefan leaned back, and two sets of fingers clasped his earlobes and softly rubbed him into submission. "Is that a bad thing?" The fingers released him, but Stefan kept his eyes closed. A heartbeat later, a pair of lips brushed his in a gentle kiss. Is this a bad thing? The lips murmured. Not at all. His lips returned as he sought out another kiss, not realizing that she never answered his question in any direct manner. Stefan, the voice called, and he opened his eyes. Her hair was free and flowing down her back. He breathed deeply and smelled honeyed rose on her skin. That was an appetizer meant to awaken your senses. I have much more planned for you tonight. First, we fill your belly to fortify your body, and then we can return to our games. Morella had belted her dress, showing off her waist and accentuating the pull of her fabric over her breasts, which were quite full. He grabbed her hips and pulled her down into his lap despite her protests. One more kiss, he demanded, and I will gladly break bread with you. She raised her eyebrows. Just one more kiss? She latched onto his lips and, much to his surprise, pressed her tongue until he opened wide. He began an enticing dance that no wench had ever offered before as their tongues dueled for supremacy at the point of their embrace. His cock unfurled and came to its full strength beneath her. She wiggled her hips, teasing him as she continued to tease the tip of his tongue. She broke their embrace with a smile. You promised just one kiss. You have inflamed me beyond anything that I have ever known, and you want to stop? He was almost panting. Stefan, I promise you all of me this evening and more. You must learn that anticipation is part of the seduction of a willing partner. Let me up now, and I swear to you an evening you will never forget all of your born days. Stefan searched her eyes to determine just how serious Morella was, and his eyes widened at her playful wink. I will hold you to your oath, my lady. Oh, I hope you will, young guardsman. I hope you will, she giggled as she pulled herself up and made for the table. She reached for 2 glasses and a pitcher. Even in the light of the oil lamp, Stefan could see the rich red color of the wine swirling into the glass. Morella then broke a loaf of bread and gave him half, letting him smell the nuts and berries she had baked into the dough. Finally, she moved over the bowls of pastes and vegetables and bade him to eat. Stefan tore off a chunk of bread and dipped into the bowls. One was spicy and the other was flavorful, but bitter. When the meal felt thick in his throat, the wine washed it away when he swallowed. He finished up his meal, chewing on crunchy roots while staring at his dining companion with a foolish look on his face. Should I make you wait while I wash the dishes? She teased as she took a last swallow of wine. I can barely hold myself to the stool, Stefan admitted. Morella laughed gaily at his honesty and laid her hand on top of his. I can barely contain myself as well. Take me to bed, Stefan. He came around and scooped her up in his arms and carried her to her sleeping room. Her mattress was stuffed with goodly material, and a scent of herbs blossomed when he laid her down upon it. He shook his head in surprise. He raced to undo his belt and trousers when her hand stayed him. Silently she undid his clasp and buttons and pulled down his clothes to his ankles. You are circumcised, yet sent to the priesthood, Mirella announced with scientific curiosity as she grasped it by the root. The best midwife in our province was a Delusion woman who insisted that all boys she delivered be circumcised. My parents gladly traded a piece of skin for a safe birth. Where I come from, circumcision is common. His full erection bobbed in front of her, and she playfully teased it with her tongue, batting it to and fro. She sucked in the crown and rolled it around her tongue again. It's pretty, too. She tugged on his shirt and jacket. Taking the hint, Stefan removed the garments and let them fall behind him. She pulled him to the bed and settled him on his back. Morella reached behind her to undo her belt and ties when Stefan offered to return the favor of undressing her. No, thank you, Mirella declined. Men are blessed with thick, clumsy fingers, and I have no desire to reach into the sewing basket before I can go out in the morning. Her breasts hung like twin pendulums in the moonlight, heavy and full of promise. Her hips were generous, and the curls of hair between her thighs hinted at the joys that he would discover there. She lay on top of him, with his erection pressing into her belly. She sensuously rubbed her breasts and belly into his chest until she had brought her lips to his ear. Now you are going to learn what two people can do with clean bodies, she husked. She nibbled on his collarbones. She trailed her tongue down to his nipples and teased them with its tip. With a trail of saliva cooling on his skin, Morella dived into his belly button and tickled him until he tried to squirm away from the sweet torture. His hip bone was her next target. Please, he pleaded, not knowing how to ask for more. Morella gave him a wicked smile and reached between his legs to gently grasp his sack. Stefan spread his legs wider to give her more room. She caressed his balls with her thumb while she dimpled his thigh with kisses. Stefan moaned with frustration until finally she moved to his cock and licked its underside from the bottom to the top. Ye gods have mercy, Stefan begged, quoting from a famous tavern song, and Mirella took pity. She slurped his erection into her mouth with great fanfare and grasped the base of his cock. With a tender bobbing of her head and twirling of her tongue, Stefan's eyes bulged as the need to release escalated deep in the base of his groin. Her insistent massage at the base of his member rolled together to create a mass of sensation that he couldn't control, that he couldn't resist. With a yelp of unbridled pleasure, his cock began spurting gouts of release. With each pulse of his cock, the effort caused the muscles on his stomach to tense. Never had he felt such a release. Stefan watched the moonlight on her face with a sense of awe at her skill. Her eyes flashed in the reflected light as she pulled herself forward on her arms and rubbed her breasts around his wilting cock. The look of satisfaction of her face did not measure up to the grin of discovery on his, but her face looked sultry and beautiful. I've never, Stefan tried to articulate and failed. Morella placed a finger on his lips and bid him to be silent. She soon crawled back to face him, and he pulled her down into a kiss. He wondered about the taste of his seed on her lips, but that didn't stop him. He wanted to thank her and show her all of joy that she had given him, pleasure that he had never experienced so forcefully before. She opened her mouth to him, and he swabbed out her mouth, finding only a remnant of a taste. Morella broke away. Now, you are prepared to return the favor. Show me what kind of student you really are. With an expertise he didn't expect, she flipped him over and exchanged places with him. He followed the same circuitous path that she had demonstrated on him. He took extra time to explore every speck of her breasts, spending more than a modest amount of time on her nipples. Morella moaned with approval. She pushed his head down, and his tongue made trails over her sensitive stomach, causing her to shift about under him. The closer he came to her thighs, the stronger the scent of her passion became. He paused at her hips, only to have her hands push harder on his scalp, trying to force him to her mons pubis. Licking a woman's passion was a new experience for Stefan. He hadn't thought to try such a thing with the whores of the capital. It was said of those women that a night with Venus was always followed by a month with Mercury. Mercury was the prescribed cure for syphilis, but it took a month of daily treatment to purge the penile passage. No sane man would stick his tongue into such danger. Luckily, he had chosen wisely and avoided the curse thus far. If he were inclined to thank the priesthood, he would show gratefulness for modesty of the body. He gave her swollen lips a tentative swipe of his tongue. As he contemplated the tangy taste, Morella bleated, "Stop teasing me and suck out my passion." Deciding that the taste met his approval, Stefan used his hands to separate her nether lips and began licking her from bottom to top. When he hit the hard nub at the top of her slit, she gave out a little cry. Curious, he first returned to her entrance and tried to force his tongue up the gushing hole. He didn't get far, so he brought his finger down to help clear the way. He still didn't get far, but Morella seemed to enjoy his attempt. Keeping his finger buried in her passage, he licked his way back up to her nub. He jabbed at it with his tongue, and she cried out again, this time asking for more. He ran his tongue over it and around it in circles until her hips came off of the bed, and she shouted as her climax reached a crescendo. He sucked the nub into his mouth and sent her voice ever higher on the register. Finally, she grabbed his hair and pulled, moaning at the same time, "No more, no more." Stefan was rather proud of himself at that moment, and he picked himself up to look into her face. The sloppy smile pasted there was all he needed to see. "Are you hard again?" she asked, and when he nodded, she demanded that he mount her. She told him to take her forcefully and not to relent until she begged him to stop. Stefan understood this kind of sex and lined up his cock, pushing it carefully inside of her before thrusting. Rather than a whore's moan, cheering him to shoot quickly, Morella met his thrusts with quiet murmurs of satisfaction. She encouraged him to keep the pace and enjoy the motion of their bodies. Stefan felt a bead of sweat break out on his forehead, and he strove to meet the demands of his lover. She drew her legs back, and he slid in ever deeper, bringing bigger cries of delight from her. All too soon for him, Stefan felt the uncontrollable urge to burst, and he sprayed a mighty stream, with all of the muscles in his neck straining to the effort. Morella met him with her own cries as her internal muscles clamped down him, milking every last drop from his retreating cock. He fell down next to her, taking the time to catch his breath. His mind was swimming with all of the new sensations he had experienced. "I hope you're not tuckered out, Stefan," Morella whispered in his ear while her hand caressed his thigh. "I'm expecting another go-around before we sleep for the night." After an early morning romp that left Stefan sated again, he rolled back over, to steal a few more minutes of sleep. Even with the loss of the warm body curled up against him, the coziness of the overstuffed mattress with its scents was seductive. For the first time in many a year, Stefan had no desire to rise from the warm confines of a bed. He next awoke to the poking of a broom handle in the middle of his back. The jabbing was annoying and insistent, and becoming too painful to ignore. Get your shaggy butt out of the mistress's bed. It's bad enough that you kept us up half of the night. Now, you want to hold me back from my chores, the old voice groused. Have mercy, Esme, Stefan whined. I think your mistress drained me dry and left a husk of my former self in her bed. Braggart, Esme scoffed with a smack of her broom on his bicep. You will not speak poorly of the lady, especially in her bedroom. Poorly? Stefan haggled. I am in awe of her worldly skills. He jumped out of the bed before the broomstick slapped the mattress with a distinct thwack. Declining to run out to the privy, he took his time pissing in the long neck pitcher stored under the bed. With the nastiest of little smiles on his face for his tormentor, he shimmied into his clothes and walked out into the front room to put on his boots. Giving his muscles a stretch, he caught sight of a hunk of bread and cheese. Munching on his breakfast, he opened the door leading to the shop. He still leans to the left, Methody, Esme yelled at the top of her lungs. You owe me 2 coppers, you old hag. Stefan exited the shop with the sound of cackling laughter behind him, his pride intact and beaming. He thought about going directly to the garrison, but thought better of the idea and made his way to the brothel. The bleary-eyed madam took one look at his uniform and told him to go upstairs to the second door on the left. The weary strumpet opened her mouth to protest as he stepped into the room. She held back her tongue and instead pointed with her finger when she surveyed his clothes. With a shrug, Stefan slapped his fellow on the butt with the same indignity as Esme had done to him earlier. However, Gregor barely groaned. If he stays any longer, I'm going to charge him again for using my bed, the woman threatened. Help me sit him up, Stefan ordered, ignoring her carping. In a short time, they got the blond man seated, and Stefan yanked his cloth and trousers halfway up his legs, at least enough to get his boots on as well. With his unbuttoned blouse and jacket hanging off the drunken man's shoulders, Stefan stood Gregor up, holding him up with his arm. The woman pulled his pants up the rest of the way, and with efficient professional ease, buttoned him up. Under Stefan's guidance, Gregor stumbled down the stairs and through the tavern into the street. Coming to his senses, Gregor lurched around the corner on his own and took a good, long piss on the wall. As he finished up, the madam came charging, screaming that she wasn't going to pay the fine for pissing in the streets. Stefan and Gregor took off running down the street, even as Gregor tried to tuck himself back in his pants. The denizens of the street laughed as his manhood flapped every which way as the 2 soldiers fled to escape the screeching harridan. They escaped into the outdoor market, where Gregor purchased his breakfast of steamed wild bird's eggs and a griddle cake. With a loud belch, Gregor declared his appreciation for the feast, and the 2 mowed their way back to the garrison. The captain of the guard seemed spectacularly unimpressed with the return of his temporary charges. He relayed the order to report to the governor's office and turned back to repairing the tack spread out on the floor. That a captain would condescend to such menial tasks was beyond their sensibilities, but both strategically chose not to comment. They gave brief salutes to his back and returned to the streets. The governor kept them waiting for several hours, which didn't really bother the two young men. In the hallways of power and prestige, everyone kept the king's guard waiting, and the governor was demonstrating that he was no different. Only the peasants leapt when the guard approached. One of Gregor's many resources was his dice carved from a cow's hip bone. The men kept themselves suitably entertained until the secretary came out into the hall to summon them. Stefan was actually up a couple of coppers, not that they paid their debts off to one another. They ignored the look of disdain on the man's face and followed him to the governor's doors. The lord informed them that they would be returning to the capital with a down payment of estimated taxes for the king's treasury. The governor was scribbling on a piece of paper as he explained that if the king Gringolas wanted full payment, he had better send enough men to escort the coin safely back to his royal treasury. The reduced payment would be ready the second hour after sunup in the back courtyard. As the two men turned to leave, Stefan was told to remain, and Gregor was dismissed. The governor gave him a silent, close examination with his good eye. The governor almost growled. "I understand that you are keeping our healer company during your stay in Asala." "Yes, my lord," Stefan answered with immediate humility. His heartbeat ratcheted up as if he were ramping up to go into battle. How did this set of affairs come about? Stefan swallowed. "She sought me out and invited me, sir." So it was her choice. The governor considered the fact. Then let me voice my concerns. I know the experiences and reputation of the king's guard, as your friend so amply typified throughout last evening. If you hurt the healer Morella in any manner, in body, soul, or even her feelings, I will have you flayed to the bone by sunset. Do I make myself clear, guardsman? Perfectly clear, my lord governor, Stefan answered, and he bowed lower to show his obeisance before departing the chambers. Out in the hallway again, Stefan ran his fingers through his long black hair, trying to regain his composure. There had been no warning that the power of the city was watching over his healer. What did the governor want? Gregor probed with morbid curiosity. He wanted to know if you drink and bed whores with such gusto every night. Stefan lied with some justification. I wasn't that bad last night, Gregor protested. You probably weren't that good either, Stefan rejoined with a wave of hand. The two men spent rest of day at the market and preparing their mounts for weeks of travel. The captain requisitioned supplies for them, including fresh arrows for their quivers. The two men would be scrounging off of the land a good part of the journey, for the king's letter of promissory had little respect in this part of the kingdom. That is to say, if they stopped in any village or town along the plague-ridden way. The two men split again as the evening bore down upon the town, Gregor to seek out the charms of the other brothel, and Stefan to the home of the healer. Morella fed him chunks of crusted mutton and mushrooms, which he would have avoided normally, but he trusted a healer to know the difference between the safe and the poisonous ones. The grease had yet to dry on his lips when Morella removed a pot from the fire and poured the steaming water into a large, broad bowl on the floor. "Bathe," she commanded in a voice that brooked no dissent. Stefan stripped down and stepped into the rapidly cooling water. Morella handed him a rag and a bar of soap and stepped back to admire him as he scrubbed his body. As he finished rubbing every last spot, she produced a pitcher, which she dipped in the water and poured it over his head, using her hands to brush the soap residue down his body. Despite the shivering, he was fully erect by the time his bath was done. Their play took them far into the night again. Stefan was amazed to learn how much he didn't know about pleasing a woman. With the firm assurance that he was the younger one in the bed, he had no qualms enduring instruction and direction. The obvious delights were well worth the hours of work. In the morning, Morella mounted him one last time as they savored their last moments. She foisted upon him seeded journey cakes for his travels and a bag of medications, including the caustic soap. With the bags at his elbow, he enjoyed her brew of spiced tea as he tried to eke out just a few more minutes with her. Belatedly, he thought to ask, "Are you not worried about my seed and pregnancy?" A little late to ask, don't you think? Mirella responded with a strained lightness in her throat. "I am a master of the rhythms of my body, Stefan, and I know when I am fertile. You need not fear for me, but should you bring another seduction to your bed, perhaps you should ask before you stick her with your prod." Stefan scratched her head. "Pardon my thoughtlessness," he responded with a slight nod until confusion darted across his face again. "Can a woman prevent pregnancy during her fertile time?" Morella smiled. "The best is a thin membrane of sea sponge soaked in an astringent, like a weak vinegar or hamamelis water. She must push the sponge into the back of the canal before you impale her. Too strong, the vinegar will damage the tissue, and too weak, the seed will not die. The membrane must be removed by morning, or infection can set in, destroying the womb or even the woman." "Sounds rather complicated," Stefan commented. "I'm glad I arrived at a propitious time for you." "Your arrival was propitious, Stefan. We are out of time, and you must run for the stable if you wish to avoid angering the governor by keeping him waiting. Leave me with one last kiss." With a final lingering kiss, Stefan ran for the stables, praying that Gregor roused himself from his whore's bed and made his way to the stable without help. He tramped into the stable to find Gregor sitting on his saddle with a smug look on his face. The black circles around his eyes made it plain that the man had struggled to win the first competition of the day. "Ah, the great healer finally relinquished her grasp on your testicles," Gregor poked. "Ah, how poorly you comprehend my addled friend. It took me hours to convince her to relax her lusty grip on my manhood, so taken was she," Stefan bragged. They made their way to the governor's private yard to collect His Majesty's coin. Much to both men's surprise, Morella joined the small company of men, which included the governor, his exchequer, and a couple of thick-necked soldiers. The two men split the coins between their saddlebags, and Gregor stowed the official letter in his gear. With a final farewell, the two men trotted out of the courtyard and towards the front gate. When the governor's gate was closed, he turned to Morella. "Well, that was an interesting visit. Perhaps you can enlighten me as to your choice of bedmate." Mirella smiled. Envious, my lord? The governor chuckled at the implications. Nothing that my wife would ever see or hear. Nonetheless, the young guardsman is a different sort from your usual liaisons. Were you looking for a change of pace, or did you have an agenda in mind? You know me too well, my lord. We will both have an answer to your question in 9 months, I suspect. Oh ho! The governor exclaimed with restrained mirth. You are a devious woman. On the advice of the captain of the garrison in Asala, Stefan and Gregor chose a longer but safer route back to the fortress Sardiford. Instead of toiling through the mountains and thick forest, they turned due south and followed a road that led to the easternmost stretch of the King's Highway. From there, they would turn west and continue directly to Sardiford. Fewer vagabonds and bandits traveled the southern road because there were fewer places to hide along the mostly flat plateau. On their third day out, Stefan awoke to Gregor's rambling curses. The sun had yet to tip the horizon, and Gregor's string of babbling anger grated against the symphony of bird calls that echoed across the flat land. Stefan grunted in dismay. The blond guardsman was standing to the side, trying to take a pee, and was obviously encountering difficulties. Stefan had been dreaming of a soft bed with the delicious smell of a passionate woman enticing his lust when the cursing jarred him from his fantasy. With one eye open, he watched his companion jump around in a circle, dancing an unchoreographed depiction of pain. Methinks that thou dost receive the naked judgment of Venus upon thy person, Stefan proclaimed with false gravity as he sat up and rolled the kinks out of his neck. Oh, shut up, Gregor snapped. My cock burns from the inside out. That last bitch must have poisoned me with her quim. To think I was so nice to her, giving her an extra copper and a kiss. May the gods shrivel her snatch and anvil her anus with painful pustules of pus. Og. Stefan had heard it before, and was neither impressed nor looking forward to weeks of complaint. Your masterful poetry is wasted on the beasts of the field. Maybe a healer in Sardiford can give some relief, but until then, you will have to bear the pain. Healer? Gregor snapped. You bet a healer for 2 nights, and now they are the answer to all of the ills of man. I'll take my chances with a physician. At least they were trained at the college. Stefan didn't rise to bait. Perhaps you can visit the barber and let him cut out the offending pain. Gregor snorted, but found himself without a clever retort. They ate, rounded up their horses, and rode. 3 more days with Gregor, carrying on about the pain when pissing and the retribution he would heap upon the bitch. Stefan was ready to stop up his ears with cotton to drown out the whining. He preferred to gaze out upon the peaceful sights that spread out before them. The land was blissfully untended and had the look of good pasture land, though they saw no flocks about. At mid-morning, both spotted a manor house in the distance, with a stone fence marking a wide swath of cleared land. 2 large trees with spreading canopies graced the front of the cut-stone building. Neither of them had to say a word. They simply turned their horses onto the path and walked up to the large house. Their anticipation tempered considerably as they pulled closer and saw no person and heard no sound. A manor house should be bustling with activity during the day. Instead of dismounting, the 2 split up and made opposite circuits around the building, noting the barn and separate wattled servants' quarters in the back. When they met up again, they couldn't decide whether the inhabitants had fled or died on the premises. Full of trepidation and with their swords unsheathed as if their sharpness would protect them, the two men entered the house. The smell of rotting flesh was almost overpowering in the stifling air. The master and his wife had died in their bedroom with their 4 children near. The servants were a little more spread out around the house, while Stefan stepped back and away from touching anything. Gregor poked through the master's room looking for loot. Someone had beaten them to it. Gregor was not deterred, though. He rushed out the back and onto the servants' quarters and gave a yell of success. Stefan, who had held back from entering another infected space, doggedly walked into the room and followed the tip of Gregor's sword to the dead body lying on a dingy mat of straw. "He's holding the master's jacket," Gregor hissed. "Notice all of the brocade on the sleeves. The master was probably retired from the ranks of the military, the real military." "Why is this thief holding the master's jacket then?" Stefan was loath to step any closer. Gregor shook his head with mild disgust. "The stupid bastard loaded up his master's gold, and I think the lady's jewelry, and carried it out of the house in the jacket." Gregor kicked the dead man's arm, and jingle of coins rang softly. "Stupid fool," Gregor declared. Where did he think he was going to spend his master's fortune with the plague percolating in his body? I would call this pathetic, wouldn't you? Stefan shrugged noncommittally. His fear of the plague was thoroughgoing, and Morella had drilled her knowledge of the plague into his thoughts. He wanted to back out of the room and run for his horse. He wanted to quit this open-air graveyard and flee for the pristine pastures. As much as Stefan had become more cautious, Gregor had become more cavalier. He charged into these plague-tainted environs without hesitation. Stefan didn't fail to see the gleam of greed in his companion's eyes. "There are no survivors in the manor," Gregor started just as Stefan knew he would. "There are no more heirs and no witnesses. We have found abandoned wealth, and by all legal requirements, it is ours to keep. Stefan." Stefan nodded his head in partial agreement, but not enough to show clear acquiescence. Gregor was acting true to form. He loved money and what he could do with it. The man missed his father's own manor and wealth. It was easy for both to gauge that even half of the contents of that brocaded jacket were the undeniable ticket to reclaiming a manor-born position. "We aren't going to get rich on a soldier's salary, Stefan," Gregor continued. "We won't even be able to retire when our commission is complete. This is our gift of the gods." Stefan rubbed his toe in the dirt floor of the room. "I agree, but that wealth is wrapped in plague. I fear, with good reason, that if we attempt to remove the gold and jewels, we will become the next victims of the plague." "I'm not a dunderhead," Gregor roared. "We're not going to touch the dead man. We are just going to get that twice-cursed jacket out from his arms. The king gave us swords with our commissions. We use them to hack off his arms and drag the jacket out of here." Stefan grimaced. "That is still too close for the fleas to leap upon us." "Fleas?" Gregor let his astonishment become a mask of ridicule. "You believe your breasted healer that pathetic little fleas will give a man the plague? She did more than screw your cock, my friend. She screwed your good sense. Stefan held up his hand. Regardless, I will not step nearer to that corpse. Gregor vacillated between frustration and disgust. Okay, what do we need to do to get you to work with me on this little project? If you get the coin out of here, I will not carry any of it until it has been boiled to purge it. Gregor took a small sigh of relief that his companion was willing to cooperate in some small manner. Fine, I will do the dirty work of getting the coin out of here, while you get a small fire going and a pot of water. But I get 2/3 for doing the dangerous work. Stefan nodded, wishing that Gregor would just leave the coin where it lay, but the stubborn intent was obvious. Gregor would not be swayed. I agree without reservation, Gregor. I'll meet you across the way. Stefan turned, and as he stepped back into the sunlight, the rasp of a sword leaving its sheath reached his ears. He practically ran to escape the imaginary cloud of pestilence that billowed in the servants' room. He started a fire and brought a clean pot from the kitchen, filling it with water from the creek behind the barn. By the time he returned, Gregor was dragging the jacket with his sword, keeping well clear of the infected fabric. Well, at least you didn't touch the jacket, Stefan complimented. He stared at the blood and gore that stained the brocade from Gregor's hacking of the limbs. Leave it there, Gregor, far away from where we are going to sit and wait for the water to heat. I'm going to the barn to find a shovel. In the meantime, why don't you go to the creek and wash yourself with some of the soap we brought from Asala? Bah, I'm not going to scald my skin again. You might as well invoke incantations and sprinkle fairy dust on me, Gregor blustered. Sitting to watch water boil was not an option after all. They left their prize in the dust near the fire and took up their bows to hunt down dinner. They didn't travel far when they found one of the sheep flocks behind a copse of trees, waiting for their shepherd to take them home. The idea of dinner was nearly overpowering as the two men guided the flock back to the manor house through the back gate. Gregor had little qualms choosing a yearling lamb and separating it from its mother, but he was squeamish at its slaughter. Stefan stepped up and had Gregor hold the lamb's legs, while he reached under the head of the lamb from behind and sliced through the veins and arteries underneath the neck. Stefan was fast and efficient, using only one cut to kill. A dangling rope in the barn was clearly for hoisting an animal. After helping Stefan secure the carcass to be gutted and dressed, Gregor strolled out of the barn, leaving his companion to do the rest of the bloody work. Stefan took his time, gutting and cleaning out the entrails quickly, but carefully separating the skin from the carcass in case they had time to cure their latest find. Lambskin was worth more than a few coppers. By the time he had emerged from the barn with a leg of lamb, Gregor had already poured the golden gems into the pot. Stefan hoped that his friend had used the shovel and not tried to touch the jacket. He wasn't sure, and he wasn't going to chance another diatribe against Morella by asking. They pulled wood from the woodpile, and using a burning brand under the pot, lit a second fire for roasting the lamb. Stefan used the shovel and tossed the discarded jacket on the new flames, enjoying a bit of relief when the threads finally burst into flame with a crackling sound. Good idea, Gregor concurred. The jacket will speed up the fire for cooking. Stefan just shook head As he returned to the barn for the spitting apparatus he had noticed on his way out of the building. Without prompting, Gregor returned to the house and retrieved a sack of granulated salt from the salt box, another indication of the wealth of the former owner. Only when the jacket was reduced to ember did Stefan set up the spit and begin roasting the salt-crusted meat. The sun was still up when they were able to slice of the outer layer of meat for their meal. The two men gorged themselves on the civilized meal, more than happy to trade the gamey taste of hare for sweet lamb. They belched and farted, showing their obvious pleasure in the meal. Stefan walked over to the pot of gold, as he humorously labeled it, to glance at the contents. A brown scum had formed around the edge of the pot that looked decidedly unhealthy. He shuddered involuntarily, but kept his thoughts to himself. Instead, he walked into the barn and lit the oil lamp with its reflecting lid. He quickly located the barrel with the tanning solution, which he could have found by smell alone. The chemical smell felt like it was melting the hair inside his nostrils. Laying out the skin on the standing rack, he used the long tanning gloves and rags to smear the skin with the first glaze of tanning acid, meant to seal the skin against drying out and cracking. The lamp began to sputter out, and Stefan stepped out to the twilight to fix his bed for the night. He camped near the spit, which he meant to keep warm through the night so that they could eat from the leg in the morning. If the night was cool enough, the drying carcass in the barn would taste good tomorrow. He slept, but his dreams were full of fear and portent. The swelling fear at a growing cloud of blackness that came over the horizon and sucked the color out of the trees and grasses had Stefan twisting in his blanket. Only the sounds of Gregor cursing in the early light broke through the nightmares. Only Gregor wasn't cursing about a painful piss. He was cursing between lung-deep coughs. At mid-morning, Gregor coughed up his first gout of blood. His forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat, and suddenly he was freezing from a coldness in his limbs. Stefan said little. He added a curing layer of tanning to his lambskin. He fetched water for his friend. He scraped the leftover carcass and lit the fire anew to roast the rest of the meat. He ignored the cooled pot. As Gregor lay on his pallet, coughing blood intermittently, Stefan came to know the true meaning of helplessness. Gregor cursed, moaned, and slept. Stefan would fetch water, but would not draw too near. At a loss, Stefan drew out his purchased scroll and began to read, staying near enough to keep an eye on his companion. As he delved into the first of the math equations, he grabbed a large twig and burnt its end to blackness, which he then used to write his scribbling on the margins of the paper. Despite the raging fear and impending loss, he found himself sucked into the arguments. The heavens moved both above and within his head. As the light began to fade, Stefan stirred up the ashes and added fresh wood to the flames. With his head clear of the disaster playing out on the other side of the fire pit, Stefan was free to examine the rending of this heart. Here lay his companion, his closest friend in the king's guard, coughing up plague blood, and Stefan refused to draw near enough to give comfort. There was plenty about Gregor that Stefan was not particularly fond of, but the man had kept his king's oath and watched his back. Stefan remembered the tales of soldiers whose love for each other forged an inseparable bond of fealty and blood, Yet he felt none of that. No swords had clashed, no enemy had attempted to cleave them. They were well-dressed couriers. Stefan dragged his companion's butt out of trouble or the whorehouse time and again, not the other way around. He sighed. Stefan had warned him, had begged him to leave the coin. Gregor, as obstinate as the day is long, had refused to listen, scoffed at his knowledge, and ridiculed his fears. Gregor was dying because of his folly, and Stefan was not as moved as he should have been. Gregor seemed to want no pity, Stefan noted, and felt a bit of relief at that. Gregor would die within a day, and the world would be neither richer nor poorer for the loss. That thought troubled Stefan greatly, even as the priests had pounded him with the lesson to serve and to serve more. The idea that a man could make a difference in some small way in the cosmos had wormed through long, dry passages. In his heart of hearts, he believed that he, the failed novitiate and youngest member of the King's Guard, could do more than just serve. Gregor didn't believe such romantic nonsense. He never had. The cosmos, already the arguments in the scroll, were converting his world to a new view, one that settled well with his own perceptions of the human beast. If the earth was not the center of the universe, then all the diatribes of the priests were gibberish. That thought brought a smile to his face. Gregor moaned, and Stefan poured the man a fresh cup of water. However, the man was too weak to even drink. Even though blood spattered Gregor's blond whiskers, Stefan felt little compulsion to wipe the spittle from his friend's face. A specific anger simmered under the surface at Gregor's greed and impulsivity that had led to his oh-so-avoidable demise. Stefan looked at the darkening sky. The cosmos didn't give a damn. He sat back down and chewed the slow, roasted meat without vigor. Sometime in the middle of the night, the coughing stopped, and Stefan knew that the young man was dead, another statistic of the plague. He rolled back over and went to sleep. With first light, Stefan ran through the tasks quickly. He retrieved the lambskin, he packed up the roasted meat, and tethered Gregor's horse to his own. He poured out the water from the pot and loaded the coin and gems into his saddlebag. The gems were deep blue and recognizable as those favored by the Norgoth. The master of the manor must have gained his position and fortune battling the kingdom's longtime enemy on their southeastern border. The coin contained mostly crowns and ducats, a fortune that Stefan had only seen in the tax shipments to the king. He didn't count his loot, and he found no pleasure in his booty. Stefan heaved another sigh, mounting his horse, but he refused to look back at the body he left lying in the open. Plague also left scars on the living that human eyes couldn't see. It was just another scar of many for the horseman who slowly made his way down the lane. So shaken was Stefan that he forgot to recite the prayer of release for Gregor. The horse carried the man. Said man was out of his skull with shock and loss. He was aghast at how near to death's grip he had stood, mere inches, and how it had so nonchalantly claimed his friend. If the sky was blue or gray was of no concern, because its veil swirled about him without care or concern for the wits of a now lone man in a dying land. It is the end of the world, as the fat priest had declared from his altar. My comrade in arms is dead, Stefan's mind cried out in silent beats to the striking gait of horse hoofs. Gregor was a stupid shit. Gregor was his friend. Gregor was an arrogant fop. Gregor was his protection at his right shoulder. Gregor was gone to putrid decay. Surely the planets should stop spinning around the heavens and bow in admission to a man's grief. Surely the planets and the earth should stop. The earth and the sun couldn't decide whether his feet were groundward or his head was sunward. The goddess Gaia laughingly sped by him on the upticking breeze, reminding him that she served the sun and not him. She lived for the sun and not the sun for her. The sun baked his insanity, causing it to rise like bread baking in an oven. Stefan was the sun, burning with a fervor of righteous indignation, but not for her and her tempestuous ways. Gaia was a whore, and the sun a mighty prick whom she worshipped. He was the prick, and the whore a threat of pox, to all things masterful and strong. The earth served the sun. The earth went around the sun, and the sun stood still. Gaia was a begging whore crawling on her knees at the feet of her master, seeking his mighty cock to pierce her. Yet Gregor, that bastard, had fucked the whore, and she had cursed him with death. He fucked the goddess, and he died. Gregor was the sun brought low to the horizon, and bled. Gregor was dead, and the earth went around the sun. Stefan's world of delusion collapsed with exhaustion down to these two facts. The horse shuddered underneath him, shaking loose the reins that Stefan had held loosely in his hands. He slipped and halfway fell to the ground in the deepening twilight. He wondered if he had contracted the plague and the madness was descending upon him. He fell back into the grass and stone, letting darkness take away his consciousness. A horse nickered in his face with the earthy breath of a grass-feed stomach. Stefan moaned, trying to ease the stones that had become implanted in his back and side. His head pounded, which he found oddly comforting. The insanity had departed. He ate and drank. He prayed for the first time since leaving the temple schools. Taking pity on the horses, he moved their bits, saddles, and bags, taking time to rub them down and letting them graze unfettered. At midday he rode. For 2 days more he rode in silence, putting great distance between himself and his dead friend. Late in the morning of the next day, Stefan drew close to a small farmstead. He had passed several in the last day or so, but he had refused to stop and investigate. If the farmers were alive, they were avoiding the lone traveler as well. This farmstead was different because from it a shout emerged, calling to him for help. Against his desires and want, Stefan paused. A young woman ran out of the sturdy wooden building and bolted towards him with tears streaming down her face. "Help me," she hoarsely cried, and she collapsed upon her knees before his horse. "Help me." Stefan was unmoved. "How may I be of service?" he asked in a formal, distant manner. "My family is dead. My mother, my father, my little brother are dead. Please help me bury them," she sobbed. "No," Stefan answered without further explanation. "I beg of you, sir, if you have shred of decency in you, you will help dig a proper grave." Stefan looked at the house, so much alike the house in which he was raised as a small child. A bit of his self-imposed armor cracked, and he allowed himself to speak. "You have survived the plague. If your family is in that house, you may not return unless you wish to die by the same fate." But, but, she sputtered, if you wish to bury them, anoint your house with oil and turn it into a pyre. The woman rose to her feet and reached out a hand to touch his leg with a plea. Don't touch me, Stefan snarled with menace in his voice, and the young woman drew back in fear. You may be infested with lice and fleas of the pestilence. She took a step towards him again with disbelief, and Stefan went to draw his sword from its sheath. She withdrew her step with a look of absolute dread on her face. Are you going to strike me down? She gasped. Stefan was himself confused at his willingness to strike a defenseless woman. He shook his head briefly to clear the twisting fear and thought behind his eyes. I would only strike if you try to touch me. Touching me while blighted with the plague is a mightier weapon than my blade. Oh, the woman considered with a dawning light of comprehension. What am I to do? Stefan forgot to hesitate. I have a caustic soap that can purge your skin and clothes. It will burn like the demon fires, but if the creatures have not bitten you, you will survive. The woman looked stricken. Give me the soap that I may live. Stefan regretted saying anything, but felt by honor alone he was committed. Go and fill the largest pail that you have with fresh water. In fact, fill 2 buckets, and we can purge your clothes as well. She gave him a wild look and ran for the back of the house. In the meantime, Stefan dismounted and stripped the horses of their gear. He hobbled them and let them roam on the cleared land. As he retrieved Morella's pouch from his saddlebag, the young woman returned with 2 slopping buckets of water. Strip off your clothes, Stefan ordered in a neutral voice. The woman started to protest, but Stefan barked, If you wish to live, maiden, then you will strip. She stepped out of her clothes and shoes and held her back straight. Her young breasts were small and stood well on their own. They had none of the womanly sag of Morella, Stefan noted with a touch of remorse. Her body was thin, but strong, and the tuft of hair between her legs looked soft and downy. Stefan took note of all of her details, yet felt no heat for infested flesh. Are you done raping me with your eyes, and are now proceeding to strike me with violence? She tried to challenge with steel, but fell short. Stefan stepped towards her and peered closely at her. She choked back a cry, expecting the worst. Stefan reached behind his back, and as he brought his hand around, she let loose another fearful call. Her eyes bulged in fear. Stefan held up a thin cord of leather, ignoring her panic. Bind up your hair as close to your skull as possible. Your hair is infested with parasites. Instead of watching her, Stefan turned on his heel and rummaged through the little of Gregor's gear that had not been touched, and found the dead man's riding gloves, which were thick and rode partway up the forearms. He forced his hands into the soft leather and returned to the naked woman who now stood with her hair trussed. Stefan took a deep breath of trembling fear and withdrew his dagger. The young woman was shaking as he stepped behind her and reached over to grasp the leather tie. In 2 sawing motions, he sliced through her hair at her skull and drew away the hair that had grown down most of her back. He walked with the hair far from his body and tossed it away. She was feeling the back of her skull with great consternation. What will people think when they see me without any hair? If they have intelligence, they will say, Look at the survivor of the plague, lucky girl. Stefan dropped the gloves and rummaged through the medicine bag until he found the harsh soap. It was a liquid. He poured half of it in the first bucket and other half in the second. Donning his gloves again, he picked up her clothes and stuffed them in one of the buckets. Taking one of Gregor's personal cloths, he swirled it in the other bucket and held it up to her. I warned you that this will burn. Once I start, I shall not stop until the task is done. You may cry, scream, and curse to your heart's content, but every strip of your skin will be purged. Do you understand? She nodded. Stefan began with her back, and her cries were piercing to his ears and painful to his soul. The pain was lucid. His resolve was steady, but his hands quivered, especially when he had to wash her most personal areas, and then again when he washed her face. Oh, she howled. He washed her scalp twice, removing the nits with his gloved hands the second time. By that point, she could only gasp at the torment. Stefan wanted to vomit, but willed his body to obey. As she quaked in the heat of the sun, Stefan removed the soaking garments and hung them to dry on a tree branch, explaining that they would have to be washed again with a softer soap to remove the more caustic stuff. The young woman looked like she wanted to cover her personal areas, but was unable to touch her skin. Stefan took pity and dug out the robe that he had been given that Isala had never requested to be returned. She covered herself, and he led her to the lone stone wall by the road, letting her delicately find a spot to sit. I am Stefan, the soldier finally admitted. Reyna. An awkward silence filled the space between them. I have an ointment that you can apply to your skin tonight that will lessen the burning, Stefan finally admitted. He received no reply. Not willing to attempt any further conversation, Stefan pulled out the scroll from his belongings and found a comfortable tree trunk against which to rest his back with a bit of shade. He ignored Reyna and delved back into the arguments and equations, letting the images of the cosmos swimming in the ether above his world fill his thoughts. He stayed there for hours. Hey, a feminine voice disturbed his study. Do you expect me to feed you? Stefan looked up and realized that the sun had tracked farther into the western sky than he expected. He returned his gaze to her face, which was as red and splotchy as his had been on that painful day just weeks ago. He withdrew his knife from his belt and handed it to her hilt first. Go and slaughter a chicken while I start a fire. These are my chickens, she shouted with barely concealed venom, and you are not my master. No, I am not, Stefan carefully stated as he rose and stretched his limbs. However, you are one woman, alone on a farm, that you cannot possibly maintain by yourself. Take what is yours and use it while you can. Soon it will all be gone, no matter how strong your will. His harsh assessment of her predicament came to an abrupt halt. He carefully rolled the vellum, taking care to place it back in the waterproof pouch. Stefan paid no attention to whether Reyna went to round up a chicken and concerned himself with bringing the horses and gear to a clear spot behind the small barn and away from any prying eyes on the road. He found the woodpile and built a fire without interruption. A grunt behind him startled his quiet contemplation. Stefan turned as Reyna appeared from the barn with a plucked goose carcass and a metal rack in her other hand. He arose to take the rack from her. He had seen the large racks that the temple used to roast heretics, and this piece appeared to be a smaller version of the same. Your goose has committed a foul deed of heresy to merit such a roasting, Stefan quipped, forgetting his morose demeanor for a moment. Foul? Reyna asked with confusion. I chose a goose because I haven't eaten well in days and feel weak. Stefan's momentary rise of spirit evaporated. I meant that this rack of yours resembles the temple's rack, upon which they kill homosexuals and over-deviants. I don't understand, Reyna began, but Stefan held up his free hand to silence her. Be at peace. It was a play on words that went nowhere, he explained as he turned to place the rack over the flames. Stefan reached for the pouch of salt and rubbed the bird thoroughly before cutting the bird in half down the center, removing the backbone in the process. Reyna approached him as close as she dared and pushed sprigs of fresh rosemary into his hand, telling him to push the greens underneath the skin for better flavor. Stefan complied and tossed the two halves on the well-heated metal. Reyna asked for the soap for her clothes and disappeared with the bar for some time. So famished were both of them that each polished off half a goose. Stefan moaned at the pain in his belly as his stomach swelled to accommodate the pounds. They split the toasted liver as a small dessert. Over a bucket of water, Stefan washed himself, removing his shirt and pants to clean every crevasse. He cared not if Reyna watched, for modesty was not a part of his thoughts. However, his bath made an impression on her, and she watched with rapt attention. His gesture of bathing naked in front of her eased her worst fears of this gruff and puzzling stranger. He wore the uniform of the king's guard, but could read and write, and seemed to prefer doing so. Do you want the cream for your skin now? Stefan asked as he stepped back into his clothes. Reyna held out her arms from her body. I don't think that I can manage to apply it, but I don't want you to touch my body again. I promise to be gentle, Stefan remarked, realizing suddenly what the statement usually implied. Sie blushed in the dying light of the sun. Reyna managed a brief grimace as she heard the double entendre as well. Stefan scooped out the heavy jar and eased the cork cap out of the snug lid. The smell brought a sweet reminder of Mirella to the fore of his mind, but all Reyna saw was a smile on his face, and she was slightly mollified at his forwardness. Stefan signaled the young woman to remove her shift, and shyly she let it slip down until its rasp on her raw skin caused her to hiss in pain. She quickly hid her breasts and her pudenda with her arms, and she was a bit more frightened by Stefan's studious avoidance of staring at her body. Stefan assured her that he wore the same robe after his bath, and that by the morrow the worst of the pain would be gone. He walked behind her and began applying the cream at her shoulders and worked his way down her back. He hesitated at the crack of her butt and then kicked himself for letting her feminine curves interrupt a medicinal task. He ran a coated finger between her cheeks and got a twitching reaction out of her. He continued down her legs without further feminine-type thoughts popping through his studious focus. He walked around to the front and bent close to start at the top of her collarbones. He froze. Is something the matter? She softly asked with a touch of fear. Stefan finally unstuck himself. My apologies, maiden, but my eyes were drawn to your form for the first time. You are beautiful, he murmured. Catching himself and all of his rising feeling in his groin and in his thoughts, he apologized. I have embarrassed you and myself at your time of need. Forgive me. Raina felt tears at each corner of her eyes as she digested the flattery, gallantry, pain, and delayed relief. If you have any feeling for me, sir, you will finish applying the healing cream to this burn. The hesitating hand moved and rubbed cream into her skin. Stefan tried his best to give all of her skin the same treatment, trying not to linger at the naughty parts. He really wanted to linger at the naughty parts. As he traced his way down her belly, a teardrop struck his cheek. He knew the sky was clear above the mantle of darkness, and his heart lurched with sympathy. He arose from his crouch and anointed her face, rubbing the cream from her hairline to her ears. He continued around her neck and finished with her nose and cheeks. My legs, she whispered in his ear as he stroked the skin around her lips. Her voice sent a chill down his spine. He returned to her hips, deliberately avoided her pubic area, and continued down her legs and completed coating her toes. He stood up and gave her a weak smile, holding up the jar to her line of sight. Stefan felt suddenly shy and reticent about rubbing in the rest of the cream. Please finish, she pleaded. You are almost done. Stefan nodded, as if he had been ordered to shovel out the cesspool. Taking a dollop on his 2 fingers, he reached between her 2 legs and began applying the ointment. He worked through her thin veil of public hair and eased the cream into the juncture of her thighs. He reached for more emollient and massaged it into her nether lips, being careful to stroke her from the top down to the anus as Morella had taught him. As he came up to make one last, careful pass, his fingers mistakenly plunged into her channel, and he felt the penetrating moisture of her heat. Stefan started, but he never got a chance to complete his words as she moaned, Do it. Gallantry be damned. Stefan found her hardened nub and rubbed it with both fingertips. He slid down to her wetness to her source, where he tentatively explored it before coming back to her clit. He encircled it and then attacked it. With no warning, Raina cried out her orgasm and nearly collapsed. Only Stefan, reaching for her hand to steady her, kept Raina from falling. She slept that night on a horse blanket from the barn with Stefan's lambskin against her back. The next day, the 2 young people barely exchanged words. Raina stayed her tongue out of embarrassment, and Stefan kept his peace out of anger with the fates that kept his world utterly unbalanced. To Raina's concerns, he was mostly oblivious, except for the few moments throughout the day when he found himself running his thumb over the 2 fingers that had so joyfully explored her wetness. Today was a time of waiting and convalescing. In his head, Stefan was reordering his worldview, wondering if he would ever stand up with absolute certainty in his breast ever again. The celestial bodies were reorganizing in his head as he reviewed the math with brief spasms of amusement. The Earth went around the sun. The Earth shared space with the other planets as they made their journeys around the sun in concert with the Earth. The idea was pure heresy, dangerous, tantalizing, and thoroughly seductive. With pain and loss so near, fear of contagion ever present, and new presence of a noble young woman teasing the periphery of vision, Stefan had never felt so alive in his life, or so alone. Still, the planets whirled in new orbits in his head, and that gave him pleasure. Reyna busied herself during the day, ignoring the irritation of her healing skin. By evening, she presented the sulky but kind man a chicken stew. He ate several bowls of the dish before he complimented her cooking with a great belch. From the root cellar under the barn, Reyna produced a small cask of fruited brandy and offered him a drink. He took only a sip and passed the cask back to her to share. She blushed a touch at the gesture. He explained to her that her skin should be nearly healed by the next day, which gave her heart. He also asked her where she could go and where she could find her extended family, but she had no true plans and no near family still alive. She waited for him to make his offer, which she calculated would be the exchange of her body for safe passage to the trade city of Marikand. She asked about her family and last rites, hoping that she could at least bury them. Stefan explained his theories of contagion and offered to burn down the house as a funeral pyre. Reyna shuddered at the thought, but felt the earnestness of the man who had all the power and resources that she now lacked. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Stefan asked, adding, "It is not safe of a single woman to travel these roads alone." "What shall it cost me, guardsman?" Reyna responded, as she felt bile rise in her throat. Stefan considered the bite behind her question with a stone face. Only the small sigh of assignation that escaped his nostrils gave a hint of his thoughts. He stood up and adjusted his jacket. "I want nothing of yours that is not given freely. I lack for little, but the loss of my comrade and my peace of mind, neither of which you can provide. Sleep in peace, maiden. I care not to plunder your personal treasures." Stefan stalked off to lie down on his pallet. Reyna watched his back retreat into the darkness with relief, confusion, and anger. He didn't want her. Was she repulsive in his sight? Confused and taken off guard, she took to her own improvised bed and snuggled against the lambskin, mourning her family and the loss of her hair. She cried herself to sleep. In the morning light, Reyna watched as Stefan threw coats of oil on the walls of the only home that she had ever known. She swore that she wasn't going to cry, that she could cry later when she didn't need all of her reserves to walk away from her life. As Stefan emerged, she suddenly remembered an absolute necessity and ran for the doorway. Stefan's eyes bulged, and she stopped herself. "I forgot. I need to get the box from the house behind the loose stone in the fireplace. I swear by any god you wish I won't touch anything but the box. Without it, whatever hope I may have for a future is lost." Stefan nodded. While she ducked inside, he wrapped a soaked rag around a large branch and lit the torch with his flint. She emerged quickly, holding the box out from her and placing it on the ground before backing away. "Inspect it for infection if you like," she challenged him. Stefan looked into her face without expression. "I will. Take this torch. This last act is your responsibility." Her face went pale, and her hand trembled as she grasped the branch. She made a circuit, setting the torch to the oil-soaked wood at each of the four corners, and finally tossing the entire thing through the doorway. Tears streamed from her face as Stefan recited the prayer of release aloud in the heavy chanting style of his childhood province. The flames rose. Stefan was pleased to see a layer of dust on the box, except where her fingers had touched. Untouched meant less chance for contagion. He flipped the latch with his knife and opened the lid. He surveyed the few crowns and coppers, but his attention was drawn to the folded paper. Curiosity got the better of him, and he scooped up the document to read the title, Deed. Raina looked at him anxiously, expecting the worst. Stefan remarked, "This is a precious document, worth chancing a mad dash to retrieve. It may well attract a good husband for you." Raina let out a breath that she hadn't realized she was holding. The taciturn guardsman was neither a rapist nor a thief. She took the paper and the box and added it to her own bags. She mounted the mare from the barn and joined up with the impatient Stefan, who was already mounted and waiting with his own 2 horses. Despite her best preparations and determination, she couldn't keep the tears from streaming. The smoke of the pyre was visible for many lengths. They rode. For 3 days they rode, saying little and trying to take solace in the silence of their own lamentations. Chewing a crisped game bird that night, Raina felt she couldn't endure the quiet any longer. She pointed to the scroll that was tucked in Stefan's belt. "What is that, and why do you read it every eve we stop?" Not only was she curious, she hoped she chose a topic for which he would actually say something. Stefan gave her a studied look as he swallowed the last good-sized bite of his meal. Stefan made a decision. It is a lesson about math and astronomy. Astrology? Stefan shook his head. Astrology is an old wives' tale meant to separate a gullible man from his money. Astronomy is the study of the celestial bodies in the heavens and how they move. Raina wasn't impressed. "I went to the fortune teller, and everything she told me came true." "Did she predict the death of your family or your salvation?" Stefan asked in an even tone. "No, but I didn't ask her that," Raina retorted defensively. "The most critical event in your life, and she couldn't see it in her charts?" Stefan asked again, this time rhetorically. The conversation was not going as Raina had planned it. Now she had another reason to be upset, and she hadn't seen it coming. This man was rude. He was condescending, haughty, cold, and repugnant. Stefan continued, "Did you look at the chart that your fortune teller used?" When she bobbed her head to say yes, Stefan drew her further. "Was the Earth in the center of the chart, with the stars and planets surrounding?" "Of course it was. That is the universe," she snapped at his stupidity. After wiping all of the grease from his fingers onto his pants, Stefan pulled out his scroll and unfurled just the title. "Can you read this?" "I can't read," Raina admitted, feeling diminished for no good reason that she could understand. "Who reads?" "This master teaches that the sun is the center of our universe, and that the earth is a planet. All of the planets, including the earth, make a circle around the sun." Raina snorted. "That is just ridiculous." Stefan shook his head slightly. "No, Raina, the earth going around the sun is not ridiculous. It is heresy." She heard 2 words, her name and heresy. The first brought a flutter to her heart, and the second brought a twist to her gut. He remembered her name and actually used it for the first time. She knew she was being silly, but it felt so good to hear it. Heresy was another issue. People died horrible, gruesome deaths for the charge of heresy. The priests are brought in professionals with grand fanfare to draw out the pain and suffering as long as possible for condemned heretics. She was riding through the countryside with an admitted heretic who seemed proud of the fact. Would she have been better off dying of the plague with her family? Inquisitiveness jumped in front of her good sense. Why is the position of the sun and planets heresy? The question amused Stefan, much to Rhina's consternation. The priesthood's authority is based on the absolute certainty of man's position in the universe. This astronomy proves them wrong, and with it, all of their authority dissipates. They would destroy the knowledge and the knowledge bearer to maintain their temples. Rhina was dismayed. I thought the priesthood was there to protect us from evil. Stefan fought back the boisterous belly laugh. Priests are no different than you or me. They are vainglorious, arrogant, insecure, and hungry for power. Never trust a priest, Rhina. Never. Now she was incredulous. How do you know this? How do I know this? I was raised in the priestly school. I was raised to be a priest, but was rejected before my final vows. Foolish girl. I am not foolish, Rhina roared back, unsure of where in her soul the anger arose. Stefan sobered up. No, you are not foolish, and I apologize for the word. However, you cannot read or write, which leaves you ignorant. I'm not stupid, Rhina scorned. Stupid is not the same as ignorant. Ignorant means that you don't know, and stupid means you know you're ignorant, but refuse to do anything about it. Stefan waited to measure her reaction. Rhina straightened her back. So which am I, guardsman, stupid or ignorant? That is your choice, maiden. Understand your position. Women are not expected to be learned beyond the household or bargaining in the market. I know of only one other woman who can read, and she lives far from here. In fact, among the superstitious mobs of these plague lands, they might judge you a demon and burn you alive for the ability to read. Rhina hesitated as his words swirled around her head. Yet you imply the offer to teach me? Ignorance is a terrible yoke and leads to the worst cruelties of the human hand. Besides, you already know of my heresy, and by virtue of traveling alongside me, you may have the stink of taint as well. In for a copper, in for a crown, Stefan prophesied. What will I owe you for this generous offer? Rhina negotiated. A promise that once you start, you cannot stop until you have majored reading and arithmetic. Easily done, she dismissed his promise as mere chaff. Stefan gave a hearty chuckle at her gullibility and snatched up a stick to draw the alphabet in the dirt. Another 3 days, and they drew near to Maracand. Even from a distance, they could see the smoke of a large pyre in the midst of the town. Maracand was a trade city and rested within a day's ride of the border to the eastern lands. It was also called the City Without Walls because it had no great city wall, only a low one to keep bandits out and livestock in. In the conquest of the hordes 2 centuries ago, the invaders had easily undermined and overwhelmed the original fortification. The city fathers who survived the devastation decided that when it came to invading armies, capitulation was safer and far less destructive than resistance under siege. However, 4 high towers kept a vigilant watch of the 4 roads that emerged from the crossroads city. Stefan had kept track of the days, and he knew of no holiday or festival that fell at this particular time of the year. He felt a great unease sitting in his saddle as he led Reyna to the north gates of the city. "Ho, King's Guard, what news do you bring?" a voice called down from the tower next to the open gates. "Ho, City Guard," Stefan returned the greeting. "I come from Esala, where all is well, though the plague rampages up the road from which we came." "Well, you are just in time, King's Guard, as Marakand is about to purge the source of the plague from our very midst. Go and join the festivities in the square," the voice suggested. "This I must see," Stefan called up with false enthusiasm as a dread crept into his thoughts. Riding abreast, they made their way on horseback towards the center of the city. As Stefan eyed the garbage along the sides and down small streets, and smelled the waste that trickled down the open gutter in the middle of the thoroughfare, the anxiety in his gut began to rise. Reyna saw his fidgeting and grew alarmed as well. "All is not right here," Stefan mentioned to Reyna unnecessarily. "Do not dismount and be prepared to flee back the way we came." They reached the back of the throng, which seemed to be made up of people wrapped in pious fear, frivolous revelry, and all of it fueled by large quantities of liquor. "Ho, what passes here?" Stefan asked the most sober man he could find. "The fiends who poisoned our wells with black plague have been ferreted out, and now we are burning them to death for their crimes," the excitable man explained. "Burning them all, men, women, and their bastard children. Damn their souls for their land-wide conspiracy to kill off the true believers for their own demon kind," his companion added. "They confessed?" Stefan queried. "Not at first," said the first man, "but after the priests put their feet to the fire, they plead guilty. Put them to the rack, and they gave up the entire conspiracy across the kingdom. We already burned the ones in the city. This batch is gathered up from the local villages and farms. Not a one escaped." "That's what they said about the lepers when we burnt them 2 months ago," an old lady next to them screeched. "They said the lepers poisoned the wells and killed them in the bonfire. They said they killed them all, but look right over there. There's one of them rotting, afflicted by the gods, leaning at the corner of that building. They didn't get 'em all." Another man, tall with a gray beard, leaned in. "Some think that the priests just wanted to get their hands on their money and wealth. I know that the mayor was in deep hock to one of them cursed moneylenders." Stefan was confused. Who were these guilty ones? "Delusions," they all spoke in union, the excitable man spitting after the mention of the name. Stefan's heart sank into his stomach. There was no poisoning of the wells, and the Delusions were the last people to ever raise a hand against others. They were a minority in the land, and often despised because they refused to accept the priestly worship in the temples. They had their own holy books and spoke a different language among themselves. That alone made them suspect amongst the superstitious. Pushing his horse through the crowd, Stefan forced the revelers to split and make way for the king's guard to enter the midst of the square. Reyna followed behind him with poor Gregor's horse tethered to her mare. In the middle of the cobblestone plaza was a great fire made of logs for great heat, and brush for leaping flames and smoke. For the condemned, a smoky fire was a blessing of a quicker death by asphyxiation by the smoke. Branches with green leaves were even better. Next to the fire was a makeshift pen guarded by priests who also kept the mob a few paces back. In the pen were men, women, and children of all ages. Some of the women had babes in their arms. Over the shouts and hoots of the crowd, a sweet melody was heard, emerging from the pen in a language no one else could understand. They were about to die, and yet they sang such sweetness. The incongruity struck Stefan. The yelling and carousing smothered him, and the beautiful music compelled him. He turned every which way seeking the city guard, but they were conveniently absent. Later he would explain it as a madness that came upon him, yet it was no madness of berserker fame or drunken impulse. The righteousness seized his mind and clarified every aching second as it passed. He fixed his gaze upon the presiding priest, who, preaching with his hands held high, his burgundy velvet gown shone in the sunlight, bedazzling the ignorant minds with its many shades of red. Stefan saw only wicked hypocrisy and a raw hunger for power. He dug into his personal bag behind him and withdrew his precious scroll. He drew one large breath to steady his nerves and turned back to Reyna. "Stay here," he ordered in a menacing voice. He galloped through the rest of the crowd, using his steed's bulk to push the drunken rabble-rousers out of his way, caring not if he trampled a few along the way. He emerged from the crowd and aimed for the priest, stopping just short of the burgundy priest. His horse snorted right in the man's face, which Stefan noticed, but took no immediate delight. He held up the scroll in his left hand, letting everyone see that the king's guard carried a message for the crowd. The crowd grew silent at the intrusion of a royal messenger in the midst of their entertainment, wondering what was so important to bring a decree into their midst. Stefan shouted as his horse lightly stepped in response to his anxiety. "I bring a bull from the high priest Eusebionisus. All persecutions of the delusions are to cease immediately. All property and wealth seized are to be returned, and all debts to them are still in force. Any believer who does not heed the decree of the high priest Eusebionisus shall be declared heretic and suffer its punishment immediately." A great groan of disappointment rose up from the crowd. "This is nonsense," declared the presiding priest, realizing that he was losing his crowd and his authority. "I personally received a full confession of intent and act from these infidel delusions. They are guilty. We shall all die if we don't burn them now. Burn them now. Burn them now." Some of the spectators began to chant. Sensing that his gambit could fail, Stefan chose his next act with little internal debate. He shoved the scroll back into his belt and pulled his blade from its sheath. He raised it high above his head for all to see, letting the sun reflect off of the polished steel. As the crowd began to mutter in fear, Stefan turned his horse in a complete circle and ran his sword straight through the priest's upper torso. The bald man screamed once. The crowd gasped. Stefan pointed his withdrawn sword at two nearby priests. "Throw the heretic's body in the fire. No one defies the bull of Eusebionisus." They ran to comply. The pyre appreciated the addition of new fuel and flared slightly as the portly body lit into flame and the thick fabric burned brightly. Stefan trotted over to the pen and sliced through the ropes that held the door in place. Go to your homes in peace, he ordered the Delusions. He cantered over to the front of the crowd, menacing them with his bloody weapon. You go home and pray for repentance, for the death of innocents. The blood of all of them is upon you. Go home. The crowd dispersed quickly, disappointed that the untimely festival had been brought to an abrupt halt. The question of shame was another matter, one that good folk did not tempt if they knew what was good for them. When the crowd was gone, Raina brought her horse close to his and wiped the sweat from his brow with her fingers. He couldn't stop the tears from flowing at her gesture. Stefan felt a tug on the breeches. He looked down upon an old man who still had a straight back and a dignity and about him. He was a Delusian. "May I see that bull?" the old man softly asked, and Stefan complied with a sense of impending doom falling across his life. The adrenaline was fleeing rapidly from his body. The old man opened the scroll to the title, and after a moment gave a little chuckle. He re-rolled the vellum and handed back to Stefan. "Bless you, my son," he said. "May your gods bless you, your wife, and your children's children unto the 10th generation." Stefan was flabbergasted and tongue-tied. Before he could unstick his tongue, the old man had walked away, taken a little boy's hand, and headed for the southern gate. Stefan stared at them as they went. "Come, husband," the now familiar female voice tickled his ear. "Let us depart this accursed town. Lead us towards home, please." Stefan turned to her with complete disbelief on his face, which was only compounded by the broad smile that lit up her face and frame. She slapped his horse's rump, and slowly they turned westward, leaving the square, and finally the city of Marakand. "Husband?" Stefan sputtered when they were clear of the western gate. Raina gave him a knowing smile. "I can think of no finer man in all my days. You are brave, daring, intelligent, dashing, and stupid, impetuous, reckless, a heretic, a murderer, and probably on a short list to be soon drawn and quartered." Stefan finished her sentence. "That was no run-of-the-mill priest I skewered back there. He was a master." She dismissed his complaint with a wave of her hand. "In for copper, in for a crown, just like you told me." Stefan sputtered all over again, but nothing intelligible came out of his mouth. He was incredulous that she couldn't see the possible ramifications of slaying a priest, especially a priest with prestige and connections. He was distracted by the momentary thought that maybe he should have killed all of the priests, but dismissed that avenue as impossible. Priests scurry too fast, like the rats that they are. Raina was not to be deterred by his silence. As the old man said, "Your wife," Stefan protested. He was just an old man. "And you are just the savior of 100 or so delusions." She ticked off her points with her free hand. "We arrived just in time. You just happened to have a scroll. You just happened to save that old man, who," she paused, "just happens to be able to read and asks for your scroll. To make a full hand, no one else asks to view the scroll." Stefan was about to reply that they didn't stick around long enough for anyone to ask, but shook his head at her logic instead. All that Raina offered he dismissed as sheer dumb luck, but she still had a point to make with her full hand. There was prophecy in his blessing, and you cannot deny it. She grabbed his arm, forcing him to look at her. You will be my husband, and I will be your devoted wife, who you will never regret. Show me another man who could or would have done what you did today, and I will withdraw my claim on you. You will not find another, Stefan, not in 100 years or 1,000 leagues. Stefan could find no argument to sway her, so he turned to their present circumstances. If we wish to keep our fool heads on top of our shoulders, we should ride hard and into the woods to confuse any pursuit. They crossed through a near-to-harvest field and dove into the woods. They chanced upon a game trail that led deeper into the forest. They left the path for a rocky terrain that hid their travel. The tall evergreens lent a piney scent to the world as they meandered up and then around a foothill or two until another faint path opened before them. The trail ended at a boulder-strewn stream, one that obviously swelled during the spring melt and gradually tapered off to a smaller flow throughout the rest of the year. Stefan swung down from his saddle and stared at the flowing water for a moment in silence. Boulders littered the area, making the bank of the stream a tricky balancing act of staying upright without ankles being twisted. Raina watched him with mild confusion as he wavered at the edge of the stones, as if there was a decision to be made. Whatever it was, the man looked up with intent written on his brow. Stefan returned and dug out the medicine bag that he had been gifted. He pulled out the mild soap with herbs embedded in it. For him, the world collapsed into the small, deliberate movements that led towards his immediate goal. A monotone chant rose unbidden in his mind as he prepared himself for a ritual bath. Shutting out the world, he had no idea whether Raina had come down off of her horse or was even paying attention to him. She was a part of the outside world that didn't matter at the moment. The primal need welling forcefully through the trunk of his body directed his limbs. Leaning against a boulder, he shucked his boots and stripped off all of his clothes. Even the heat of the afternoon couldn't penetrate his directed thoughts. Gingerly, he walked across the bank of stones with the soap in his hand. He stepped into the icy stream with barely a hiss escaping his lips. He cast about for the deepest slough he could find, carefully choosing his steps until he drew near the deep pool within the stream. He placed the soap on the dry top of an upended stone and marched into the deeper water. 3 times he fully immersed himself. Each time he came up for air, the chant ingrained into his memory from his youth was upon his lips, the call to cleanse the soul. The 3rd time he had stayed beneath the water until his lungs began to burn, bursting out of the water with a great heaping gasp for fresh air. As he filled his lungs again and again with fresh air, he felt soft hands touch his shoulders. A rough bar of soap rolled across his skin, awakening his senses. He held out his arms, and they were rubbed. He stood up and moved to the shallows. His legs were scrubbed. His buttocks, and finally his scrotum, were rubbed with soap and cleansed. The hands urged him to dip back into the freezing waters, and he followed their direction. The hands massaged his scalp and rubbed the herbal medicinal into his hair. He dunked himself again and emerged refreshed. The hands spun him around, and he stared deeply into the eyes of the naked woman. Raina met his silence with her own determined gaze. He glanced down and wondered at her small, high breasts with her erect nipples. Her soft belly with its slight undulation entranced him, under which he knew he would find her offered passion. He returned to her face and found an enigmatic smile on her face. She didn't speak a word, but instead took his hand and placed the bar of soap in it. She took a step backwards and held up her arms. The stream burbled merrily past the two figures, and a fish snatched an insect from the surface of the water with a smack of its tail. Stefan touched her with the bar of soap, and he dipped into the recent well of memory. He remembered when first they met, a panicked young woman and a stricken soldier. The pain he caused her with that soap shuddered like an indictment of heartlessness through his body. He rubbed the soap between his hands until he had worked up a good lather. Placing the soap on another dry rock, he stroked her skin slowly with infinite softness, wiping away as carefully as he could the pain of that first purging. With hope in his eyes, he stared deeply into her own as he washed the grime from her forehead and down her cheeks. With a firm grip, he rubbed the nape of her neck forward to the soft spot at the top of her chest. With more lather, he worshipped her chest and her breasts, taking extra care to run his fingertips around her nipples. He took on her arms and washed her belly. The legs and her vulva were swabbed with care, but nothing untoward. This was a bath of reconciliation and welcome. He repeated his washing all the way down her back. Raina dipped into the frigid water to wash off the soap. When she brought her head up, Stefan rubbed soap into her shorn hair and massaged her scalp. He kneeled behind her, letting the sharpness of the rocks against his knees remind him that he was doing penance. She dipped her head into the water again and stood up. Her lips were turning blue with chill as she grasped his hand and led him to the bank. Back in warm sunshine of the late summer, Raina walked quickly to her horse and removed the blanket, tossing it expertly onto the ground with a movement that spread out the fabric. Leading him onto the blanket, she knelt before him and took hold of his cock, warming it in the cup of her hands. Gently she stroked him, encouraging his erection to grow. She lay down and spread her legs. "Come, Stefan, my beloved, come and make me your wife." Stefan was almost overwhelmed. But we have no priest to bless our matrimony. Dear husband, we no longer have needs for a priest. You have purified and anointed me in the running waters. Let heaven's vault sanctify us. What more do we need? He lay on top of her, feeling his rigid cock rub against her wetness. He lifted his hips slightly and thrust with confidence between her lips. Raina gave an appreciable moan as he entered her. Stefan recalled the need for gentleness and took rein of his lust. He stopped suddenly when he felt a slight barrier. Even though it was a new sensation for him, he knew what that meant. Grateful that he had not acted as the rutting animal, he looked into her face for guidance. Yes, she counseled him and drew him down for a kiss. Stefan pushed hard, and the barrier gave way, allowing him to bury himself to the hilt. He paused and waited for her to adjust to his presence. With a wiggle of her hips to signal him, he restarted the mechanics of bringing their hips together for the sake of pleasure. Gradually he raised the pace of their thrusts as she met him with equal force. She wanted him. Her hands grasped at his arms as he started to pant with the effort. As his passion for her grew, her fingers turned into daggers that raked furrows of skin on his back. Her eyes suddenly flew open and stared into the blueness of the sky as her back arched and her climax surged. Stefan felt a vice seize his cock, and he met her cries of release with his own bellow. He remained buried deep with her as he held himself up with his arms. He stared down at her with a look that bordered on awe. Husband, she called him as she gently moved his hair out of his eyes. Wife, he replied with the same conviction. A slight noise caused his head to pop up and search the wood. He watched a doe slip back into the forest with her 2 fawns. Stefan took a deep breath, wondering if that old shaman mentioned in the travelogue was correct. 2 fawns to 1 doe meant many children to come. Was that his wish? What's wrong? Rena worried underneath him. Stefan explained to her what he had just seen and what he had read. He also remembered that Morella had warned him to always ask first before he acted with his prick, but he kept that thought to himself. I hope we will be blessed with many children, husband, yet I fear to disappoint you because my period is only a day or 2 away. Stefan let the smile grow on his face. You cannot disappoint me, Rena. Let us enjoy what we have for the moment. He felt his cock growing again inside of her, and a few small thrusts of his hips gave her an indication of what was on his mind. Oh, husband, Rena teased, so soon you are ready to mount me again? I don't think I married a man after all, but a rooster. They continued to play until the other needs of their bodies drew them back to the firm surface of the earth. By morning, Stefan was plotting a roundabout route that would take them, he hoped, to the bottom of the northern road that he and Gregor had used when they had turned from Sardiford to ride for Isala. Emerging from the northern road would give Stefan some semblance of a story that they had come directly from Isala and not by way of Marikand. He was Kingsguard. He carried tax money that belonged to the treasury and the last effects of his comrade, including a horse that also belonged to the king. To return to his king and his duties was a matter of honor. While extra days of riding didn't appeal to him, days alone with Rina were a gift of the gods. For the first time in years, probably since he left his parents' home, Stefan talked. For hours they conversed softly as they picked their way through the wilds. His jaw actually hurt as they stopped for the day. He could not remember trusting another as thoroughly, and after making love under the stars every night, he had had to wipe grateful tears from his eyes. He found a measure of relief in his riled thoughts. They entered Sardiford by the main gate, accompanying a farmer who was coming down from the northern hills with an early harvest. His wagon was pulled by 2 large horses, and the vegetables filled the wagon nearly to the top. The middle-aged man had skin burned to a deep, dark tan that spoke of a life spent in the fields. His wife, as he introduced her, was rather young with a haunted look in her eyes. She barely said a word. Everything in her demeanor spoke of a world that had been radically changed from what she had expected. Her belly was showing, and Rina guessed aloud she was at least 6 months pregnant. Every time Stefan glanced at the pregnant wife, a slight alarm went off in the back of his head. He had headed out on the king's errand with no other thought in his head than to see the world and enjoy a pint or 2. that the gods would conspire to bring him a devoted wife was still a strange and alien thought in his mind. Even more, the idea that he could be a father in less than a year if precautions weren't taken went beyond weird and wonderful and into terror. Reyna had made it clear that she wanted more of her husband as soon as her period was done. Stefan was reluctant to continue her reading lessons with others present, but the farmer had no desire to sleep near them. As they practiced letters and words in the dirt, the distinct sounds of copulation could be heard on the other side of the wagon. In a playful mood, Reyna fished Stefan's rigid member from his pants and calmly stroked it as she read back her words in the firelight. Stefan tried to stay on task, but her nimble fingers drove him to distraction. Finally acquiescing to his hissed plea, she wrapped her hand firmly around his cock and brought him to release. So enamored was she with his member that she wanted to sleep with it in her hand, but Stefan demurred. The farmer caused him no discomfort, but the man's wife and her dread made him ill at ease. He rewarded her with a kiss instead. 2 days later, they emerged out of the forest and looked out upon the gray walls of Sardiford. Stefan pointed out the burial pits on the backside and commented on how the number of full pits had grown. To the south, beyond the city, he noticed the river Sarda making its lazy way, with fishing boats bobbing in its flow. The plague flag wasn't flying, and the governor's flag was raised above the eastern gate, which meant that Stefan had no excuse to bypass the city. The reasons to stop were many. Their aborted stay in Marikand had left them with low provisions. The horses were worn out, and they were bone-weary. However, their choice to march into the city came with great reluctance. If the dramatic events of Marikand had reached the governor, then they could face painful execution. Stefan never thought himself a coward and decided that he would rather face the possibility now rather than wait. Both Reyna and Stefan did their best to hide their trepidation as they passed under the thick walls of the gate, but they both felt a trembling deep within their guts. With his stone face in place, Stefan greeted the guard and took directions to the governor's garrison. The city guard didn't react in any awkward or revealing manner when Stefan drew close. The halberds remained against the wall, and the guards went about their business, harassing the common folk and trying to pinch a good or two from the merchants and farmers. Nothing out of the ordinary was said, which Stefan chose to accept as a good omen. Stefan had been in the city before on different errands, but he had always relied on Gregor to lead them. The path to the governor's garrison, where a king's guard reported, was deliberately convoluted as a defensive measure, in case the enemy conquered the front gate. The hooves of their horses clacked on the paved streets, and he strove to remember the turns he had just been told. The captain of the garrison was a sad fellow, typical of the mood in the smelly streets of Sardiford. Stefan kept Reyna at his shoulder as he made his brief report minus their side trip to Marikand. However, the man only listened half-heartedly. The rumpled captain gazed upon the two of them as fresh ears upon which he could bewail his loss and detail his woe, an all too common need at the time. The soldier looked as if he needed someone to listen to his tale of anguish. Having lost his wife, his daughter-in-law, and his eldest grandson, he brought his son and surviving grandchildren to live with him in the captain's house that came with his appointment. As they responded with the appropriate noises, the captain offered the two travelers a drink of aqua ardens, which the two gladly accepted. The alcohol burned all the way down their gullets, as advertised. A captain's salary permitted the purchase of such a luxury from the local alchemist, for which the Sardiford alchemist had a minor reputation. The man couldn't turn lead into gold yet, but he conjured a quenching drink that was rumored to stave off the pestilence. As he concluded his soliloquy, the captain announced that he expected to die alone and prayed that his son would remarry soon. The man still carried himself with a straight back and clear eyes, despite the personal pain. The man's heart and will were broken. It appeared that even if the ripest of widows, there seemed to be plenty of them, were to make up the sheets of his bed, the captain had no desire to join her. The world no longer held meaning. Stefan, having been through his own personal torment, figured that all of that would soon pass. A woman in search of a husband could be quite aggressive, and even a captain in the king's guard would be forced to capitulate. Still no mention of Marakand and the slaying of the priest. Stefan and Rhina drew a breath of relief. With nearly half of the city dead, and more still dropping daily, albeit at a slower rate, finding a room for the two of them to stay was a matter of making a choice. Entire houses were available for the energetic squatter. They examined a few and chose one that had neither evidence of filth nor the taint of death. Both of them spent some time scrubbing the house. Much to Raina's relief, her husband didn't leave the chores to her while he wandered off for a drink at the tavern. After a brief debate over the state of the bed, they tossed it out of the house and into the street. Stefan wondered if paranoia had taken an icy grip of his thoughts as the mattress hit the street with a smack. He took a cue from his wife, though, who seemed to have no problem chucking out the chance of deluxe comfort. They had no choice but to spend a day in the fortress city while their horses rested. The captain requisitioned supplies, which were not abundant. Fewer farmers were bringing their harvest to the market this year, and prices were higher. Stefan, having wandered through the rural lands, knew all too well why there were fewer farmers making the trip. Even so, the long, hard months of winter were not that far off, and the time was nearing for the storage of food against the cold months. Would the survivors of these first waves of plague live long enough only to succumb to the pangs of starvation in the deep of winter snows? Maybe the plague had killed enough to stave off the worst of the long hunger. The course of his grim thoughts was banished by the crashing of drums and the deep tenor of tens of male voices belting out a melody of marching chorus. Raina stuck her head out of the door, drawn by the same curious call. The two gazed at people emerging from other dwellings with great excitement as they made their way towards the center of town. With a shrug of incomprehension towards each other, they followed the growing crowd. A swell of bodies began as rivulets from the small side streets and grew into large rivers of bodies streaming towards the center square. The excitement was palpable as the entire city seemed drawn to the main square. Sardiford maintained a large square deep in the heart of its Byzantine lanes. The temple anchored the north end with flying buttresses, and the governor's mansion, with its ornate columns representing the king, stood directly opposite. Between them, on the east side, was the city hall, and across the square from that building was the eastern headquarters of the king's army. Each side of the square balanced each other with the great political powers within the city. A grand statue of the king, posing on a war stallion with his sword drawn, marked the center of the space. Not that anyone could remember the king leading a charge in battle. The city guard didn't bother to chase of the lazy one who propped their posteriors on the statue's pedestal. Throngs of people gathered along the sides and in the middle of the square, leaving broad avenues of cobblestone around the perimeter. The drums became louder as they weaved through the streets. With the procession drawing nearer to the heart of the city, the singing became lustier. Young boys rushed ahead into the open space, signaling that the parade was almost near. The square was brimming with people, residents and soldiers, merchants and peasants. One ambitious fellow was selling griddle cakes for a copper. From the last turn, bright banners of blue and gold came into view, held up on poles 2 or 3 times a man's height. Their colors were vivid in the sunlight. Men in white penitential robes were walking 4 abreast, singing temple songs and carrying long sticks over their right shoulders. Their eyes were bright, and they raised their legs as they marched with exaggerated strides. The crowd burst into loud cheers and shouts as the men marched into the square with their banners, sticks, and finally their drums. As they drew near to Stefan, he realized that the sticks had knotted cords attached to the ends. Some were rope, and others were braided leather, but each of the 3 ropes ended in a large knot. Twice the parade of about 100 men marched around the square until the leaders stopped them at the entrance of the temple. The crowd split apart, and the left door of Brother Sun and the right door of Sister Moon opened outward with their great maw to welcome in the penitent marchers. The crowds followed after them, filling in the seats of the pews. The wealthy took the sturdy pews in the front of the hall, and peasants scrambled for the rickety benches in the back. Soldiers and merchants took the old pews in between. The drums continued to beat, with their reverberations bouncing off of the walls again and again. When everyone was seated and settled, the men standing up front whipped off their white robes and stood before the pews in their loincloths. A hush of anticipation fell over the towering room. The stone designs in the windows far above cast large shadows upon the walls and floors. The ribs of carved barrel vaults far above their heads echoed with the quiet sounds of breathing and shoe leather rubbing on stone blocks under pews. Stefan was torn between staring at the architecture and at near-naked penitents. Their bodies were scarred and bruised. With a command from their leader, the men took up their sticks and began to beat their bodies with the great knots on the end of their sticks. They spread around the outside aisles of the room and marched. Together they chanted to the crowd, "God of the sun, burn the sin from my skin. Goddess of the moon, from my soul do rest and rend. Sear, tear, rip, and stripe, till my sin banish in the light." As each beat of their chant fell from their lips, they whipped themselves. With each pass through the room, the men beat themselves harder and sang louder. Rhina grasped at Stefan's hand in fear as the flagellant rite began to pick up pace. Their chanting became louder, and the thuds of knots hitting flesh became harsher. The hall filled their rhythmic chants until Stefan wondered if the glass far above was shaking in its sills. Still they marched around, their white bodies in stark contrast to the now limp banners that rested on stands in front of the altar. Just as Stefan was sure the room would start spinning from the deafening noise, the marchers began to touch the fringes of madness and frenzy. As if on cue, the flagellants dropped to the floor in complete silence all of a sudden. Stefan and Rhina stared as the men collapsed into poses of one sort or another. "That one's a rapist," a woman near them whispered. "That one's an adulterer," her friend pointed at another. The poses were meant to indicate the sin for which the penitent was guilty. People murmured across the room as they identified the crimes that lay on the floor at their feet. The more violent the crime, the more excited the crowd became. The master of the marchers held up his stick with knots at the end of his ropes, but dangling from his knots were gleaming barbed hooks. Stefan recoiled from the coming spectacle that he realized was about to explode right before his face. The drums began to beat again in a slow, deliberate cadence as the master made his way around the room, whipping the flagellants who lay on the floor. As he whipped each one, he beseeched the wretched soul to repent his sin. Each strike raised bloody welts on the prone body. When the master drew near to Stefan and Rhina, they watched in horror as the hook snagged into the flesh of the prone man, and the master had to wrench the barbs from the man's skin with a second, strong pull of his arm. A gobbet of flesh flung through the air. The penitent screamed, and the crowd yelped in sympathy. The man moaned in pain as the master moved to the next pathetic soul. The crowd moaned in sympathy while their eyes clung onto every minute detail of the spectacle. The drums changed their beat when the master reached the last of the men. The flagellants arose from the cold stone floor and rushed for the center of the room to gather in the midst of the great aisle. 3 men stood in the center of the aisle and admonished the others to take up their whipping sticks as they made a circle around them. Encouraging the men to whip themselves, they all began a second chant: "Purge the flesh, rid the beast, purge the soul, redeem the least." The men in the circle began to whip themselves faster. Their leaders encouraged them to compete against one another as the blows began to rain on their backs and bodies, ever more furious and faster. The crowd added their calls, gasps, and cries to the raging pain until the flagellants began to collapse under the force of their own blows. When the last finally fell to the floor in exhaustion, a collective sigh of relief issued from the pews. As the master stood up front and read a prepared sermon about purging sin to save oneself from the curse of the plague, the townsfolk descended upon the dazed flagellants with handkerchiefs and rags. They dipped the cloths in the bloody wounds and wiped the blood on their cheeks, hoping that the blood of the penitent would protect them from the evil of the pestilence. Stefan and Rhina backed away from the surging crowd and walked carefully to the back of the room towards the front entrance of the building. They were hoping to slip out of the room unnoticed and offending no one. There in the entranceway, Stefan espied a fellow Kingsguard with a grim look on his face, and Stefan swallowed. He knew a soldier couldn't leave without acknowledging his superior. He approached the man on the premise of looking for answers. "Excuse me, Sergeant," Stefan began, seeking the man's attention, "but where are the priests?" "Only 2 of the 20 survive, Private. the sergeant explained with sadness. They are afraid to speak out against this profanity because they are too few. The townsfolk love their spectacle dearly, and the vaunted priests have no power to put an end to this travesty, just as they have no power to hold back the Black Death. The governor and the mayor allow such violence within the city, Stefan queried. That's the mayor in the tall black hat on the left. He is the one who invites them back every fortnight. Those flagellants have made him a very popular man in the streets, if you understand my meaning. Stefan nodded. But the governor? He is slow to move, but he already recognizes the anarchy these fanatics represent. I have no doubt that he will ban them from the province in the near future. The question is whether he will forbid them soon enough, for I have no stomach for such self-abuse. The sergeant gave Stefan a closer inspection. You are the courier who arrived this morning, are you not? Stefan acknowledged the fact, while the sergeant gave Reyna a close scrutiny. The sergeant continued, Your woman? My wife, Stefan admitted. From the northeastern province. What news do you bring? Stefan made his report again. The governor of the northeastern province is well, and he sends a down payment of taxes to the royal treasury. He insists on a larger contingent of guard to secure a full payment. The sergeant made a face. No doubt the governor knows that no large contingent will be sent any time soon with our plague-blasted ranks stretched so thin. The plague has bypassed Esala, Stefan explained, but the price of entrance to the safety of her walls is brutally painful. The sergeant looked him up and down again, and then gave Reyna another inspection. His eyes widen a bit at the obviously butchery of her shorn hair. Pain in exchange for life is a fair enough trade for me, Private, though not this spectacle. What is their price? A scalding bath that removes layers of skin from the body. They bath with soap once a week thereafter, Stefan explained. Better than rubbing your face with beaten blood, wouldn't you say? The sergeant asked, not expecting an answer. Stefan felt uncomfortable and changed the subject. Is there a healer in town still? The man nodded. He is in hiding with the Dilutions. The flagellants are virulent detesters of Dilutions and witches. They kill them wherever they find them. Stefan felt like he now understood a bit of the puzzle of his immediate distaste for the spectacle. He continued, I need to purchase some items that only a healer would know. Could someone direct me? I offer to go blindfolded if necessary. The sergeant straightened his tunic. I've had enough of this blasphemy. Follow me. They walked rapidly through the streets of Sardiford until they turned into a tavern with the sign of a red rooster hanging over its doorway. They walked through the main room and then on through the kitchen to the backyard towards the barn. Behind the barn was doorway into a garbage-strewn alley, which they picked their way through until they came to another doorway. The sergeant knocked twice, paused, and then rapped thrice more. The door swung open, and the three stepped into a room with narrow window slits at the top of the walls to let in light and air. Stefan counted 25 souls in the room. This is all, he blurted out. First the priests, and then those cursed floggers. How many of us did you expect? A young man griped with a dismissal of indignation. Stefan took in the man's face and realized that they were the same age, perhaps, or near enough. His eyes were so much different than Stefan's, though. His eyes reminded him of the captain's yesterday. Stefan reflected that he witnessed the same anguish, the same loss, and most overpowering, the same sense of helplessness. In one glance, Stefan was reaffirmed that his actions in Marikand had been just. "I am sorry for your loss," Stefan replied, almost adding brother to his words, which would not have been appropriate. "I bring you news of your people in Marikand." A myriad of questions arose from 20 different sets of lips until someone hushed them all with an urgency to keep quiet. "What news do you carry, King's Guard?" a measured voice in the back asked. "I bring good and bad. The families of the city of Marikand were slaughtered by the priests of the temple." A collective moan arose. "How?" "They burned them alive in the city square," Stefan admitted with a grim face. The quiet sobs brought tears to Stefan's eyes, and it was only because Rhina took his hand that he managed to continue. "The good news is that all of the families outside of the city survived and are now under the protection of a bull. Their demise was close at hand, but they were set free and returned safely to their homes." "What bull is that?" The sergeant turned to Stefan with a peculiar look on his face. Stefan panicked for a moment until he realized he was standing in a hidden room among the hunted with this king's guard. "Can you read, sir?" "No, I cannot." "Well, neither can the good citizens of Marikand, sir." The king's guard gave a quiet chuckle, but said no more of the subject. "Cordicus, you have a customer." A dark figure detached itself from the wall and came forward. Stefan held out his arm, and the man clasped his forearm. Stefan returned the gesture. The greeting was typical of strangers meeting, ensuring first that neither concealed a dagger under a sleeve, and second, that a close conversation was desired by both parties. Stefan felt the need for haste. "May I introduce my new wife, Rhina? The healer of Asala mentioned a few items that I mean my wife may need. Perhaps you have soap that repels parasites." The man gave Stefan a long, appraising look in the reduced light of the room. "You are acquainted with Mirella, I suspect." "I shared her bed in Asala." Stefan offered to confirm his bona fides before he realized that his new wife was standing at his side. A glimpse of momentary pain appeared on the guardsman's face. "One would presume you knew Mirella before you met your wife?" the healer offered helpfully. "Before I knew she existed," Stefan gushed with enthusiasm. Cordicus was enjoying the drama. "I have such a supply. Is there anything more you need of a healer?" Stefan turned, hoping for a drop of privacy, but everyone in the room was listening raptly. Forced to whisper in the man's ear, Stefan asked for a womanly item. Cordicus almost guffawed. Can a king's guardsman afford such a luxury? Stefan dug into his coin sack that dangled inside his pants and withdrew 2 crowns. "Is this enough?" "More than adequate." Cordicus went to snatch the coins, but Stefan was too quick for him. "Give me the goods, and whatever is left over from these 2 crowns goes to sustain everyone in this room," Stefan called out aloud. The room fell strangely silent. Rhina and Stefan glanced around the room and noticed pairs of eyes staring at them with looks of disbelief. "Please, sir, Reyna added. The sergeant stepped forward with his hand open. He offered to hold the coins and promised to make sure the leftover coppers were spent properly. Stefan hesitated for an instant and then dropped the coins into the calloused hand. The sergeant tucked the coins in his own sack. I will take you back to your quarters. When the sun sets, I will meet you at the garrison of the King's Guard. Bring your sword and your knife, for we will have to escort this gentleman to his shop. How fortunate it is that a healer's shop just happens to have a back door. Fortune had nothing to do with it, Cordicus grumbled as he stepped over others to return to his space. As they emerged back on the open streets of Sardiford, Stefan shook his head with incredulity. Had the Black Plague so thoroughly killed the spirit of man that so few could be trusted anymore? When the sergeant left them, Reyna slipped his arm in his. Her name was Morella, was it? Yes, a nervous husband answered. If we ever meet, I am surely going to thank her for all of her gifts that she gave my husband, she said in a sweet voice, leaving Stefan utterly confounded. Rana sucked in her breath with surprise when they emerged from the forest and gazed upon the capital city of Reginatine, named after a famous queen. She had never seen such a large city before in her sheltered life. The ancient castle hovered on top of the large hill like a many-fingered beast grasping for the clouds. From all of the towers and balustrades flew flags of the royal family, which fluttered in the cold wind. Below the stone behemoth was a great wall studded with towers and festooned with more flags. These flew the colors and shields of the kingdom's various regiments. The wall looked substantial and thick, but Stefan knew some of it was only an illusion. Parts of the wall were hollow, used at times for storage, and at other times for the disappearance of enemies of the crown. He only knew that secrets were buried in those walls. He had no idea what those secrets were. Below with wall, a substantial city spread out into the plain, filled with everything from well-cut stone mansions to cascading rows of leaning hovels. There were livestock markets on the outskirts and other marketplaces in the midst of the buildings. The streets between the buildings seemed to dip and twist in haphazard, unplanned routes. A flag or two marked the entrance to a guild street, but most of those were hidden from view. A pale of dust seemed to hover over the city. Stefan led them down the highway and past the line that waited at the first guard post. As the couple drew even with the two pillars, the soldiers eyed them warily, as if they were the enemy. The Black Shield heeded the command of the king's agent, who was inspecting incoming goods with an eye on levying taxes, and had no time for non-taxable entities. Even so, the Black Shield always gave the King's Guard a second condescending stare, for they knew the truth of who truly defended the crown, not the King's Guard. Stefan and Rina passed without further comment. Husband, Rina began as their horses began to climb the twisting streets of the sprawling city. Will we pass through the main gate of the great city wall? Are you confident that news of the Delusians hasn't reached the royal ear? You have picked a fine time to ask, Reyna, as Stefan turned right down another unmarked street. Only common folk use the main gate. The nobles have a gate reserved for them that is entered from the south. For the servants of the king, the answer is a bit more complicated. Stefan refused to answer her second question. He had no doubt that as soon as they left, the first guard post, a bird had been sent up to the palace, announcing his imminent arrival. His face was known, and his task as well. Despite the return to duty and the expected confrontation over his actions, Stefan had to plan for his wife. He took a left-hand turn between two stone houses whose foundations appeared quite old and weathered. They followed the alleyway behind until they took a second left turn, which was guarded by two soldiers with lances. Stefan halted and nodded a silent greeting. A moment later, one of the soldiers nodded, and Stefan gave his horse a soft kick to proceed. They emerged into an old neighborhood of stone row houses that had wooden frames in the doors and windows, along with real glass. The streets were quiet, far too quiet according to Stefan's memory. Stefan spotted an older woman carrying a full basket of vegetables. "Ho, dear lady," Stefan called as he dismounted his horse. "I've just arrived back in the capital with my new wife. Do you know of any available houses for us?" The woman looked at him with now familiar, haunted eyes. "The pestilence has reached even our ranks and file, young guard. Take what pleases you, and report your choice to your captain if he has the time to listen. Rank has no meaning with the troops so thin and the needs of the day unabated." She sighed and seemed to retreat into herself. "Try the domiciles on Hyacinth Lane. I always fancied the houses there." She turned away without another word. Raina was puzzled. "Where are we?" "This is one of the neighborhoods reserved for the king's troops and their families outside of the wall. Higher-ranking officers get apartments within the wall, but this neighborhood is guarded and maintained." "Nor easy to find," Raina added. Stefan had already remounted. "We need to hurry a bit. I'm expected to report, and we need to find a home." Stefan had to ask twice, but they found Hyacinth Lane, which was pleasing to the eye just as the woman had promised. They knocked on the first door and inquired of the matronly woman. She walked them up the lane herself, pointing out the benefits and deficits of each of the homes. There were far too many available on the street of about 20 doorways. Stefan let his wife choose, for they all looked about the same to him. With her choice made, he unsaddled their personal bags and left them inside the door. He gave her a peck on the cheek and mounted up without looking back. Raina was taken aback by his complete abandonment, but the other woman took it all in with a knowing smile. "Welcome to the ranks, dearie." The older woman patted Raina on her arm. "Duty calls, and they are off. The king does not wait." While Raina huffed that the honeymoon was at an abrupt end, Stefan was wending his way through a short alley that led to a small gate hidden behind the houses. Here he saluted, stating his name and his business. Taking one look at his dirty, worn clothes and his tired horse, the Black Shield passed him through and sent him on his way. He returned his two horses and made arrangements for Raina's mare. With the heavy saddlebags draped over both shoulders, Stefan staggered into his regiment's headquarters and into the captain's office. Stefan was relieved to see a familiar face, but was also chastened by the wan look around the man's eyes. His eyes were sunken, as if in retreat from the world. "Report," was all the man said. Stefan gave his report in full, excluding his adventure in far city of Marikand. He explained Gregor's death and pointed to bags full of coin from the coffers of Isala. Retrieving the sealed letter from the governor, He tried to hand it off to the captain, but the man waved him off. With the ranks diminished, each courier had to deliver his own packages and letters instead of leaving them to the assigned King's Guard agent for the various secretaries of the king. Stefan almost forgot to mention his new wife and the house, for which he would owe rent to the king's treasury. The captain gave him an annoyed nod of his head and told him to report back after he had delivered the letter and the coin to the secretary of the exchequer. After hauling the bags to the king's counters, he waited in the hallway while they counted all of the coin twice. The secretary himself called Stefan to his desk, where he took the letter and examined the seal. Instead of breaking the wax, the secretary dipped his quill in ink and wrote a number on the back. "You had better pray that the number in the letter matches the number on the envelope," the man sneered. "Now get you to the king's offices using the private entrance. When challenged, tell him the lily of the day is mayhem, and he will allow you to pass. Don't dawdle or gawk like a country bumpkin either." He dismissed Stefan with a perfunctory wave of his hand. Stefan, who had thought that he was done with his chore, turned on his heel and stalked out of the room. Many a time he had entered the palace, and he was far beyond the desire to gawk. Still, he had delivered papers only to court, but never to the private quarters of the king. He was curious. Slipping in the private entrance, he gratefully followed a young page who led him down the particular hallways. Outside of the king's private study, a man sat at a desk flanked by 4 black shield. Stefan approached the man and handed over the letter, expecting to be released from his delivery. The man examined the seal and then the number, making a note in his open book of blank pages. "The king awaits this letter. Knock once and wait to be admitted." Stefan tried not to puff with exasperation. He wanted to be done, and having to wait for King Gringolas to open another boring tax letter from a lesser governor probably meant hours of his time. However, he had no reason for which he could complain. He was obligated as the king's guard to deliver the letter. Taking back the letter, he knocked once and waited. He heard immediate footsteps, and the door opened. One of elder counselors looked back at him with a questioning look. Stefan cleared his throat. "A letter for His Majesty from the governor of the northeastern province." "Ah, good," the old man replied, refusing to take the letter in his hand. "You are the first to return from that corner of the kingdom, and His Majesty is eager for a report." The door opened wider, and Stefan walked through, trying his best not to gawk at the books on the shelves, at the large table, or at the maps, scrolls, and papers that littered the top of the table. On the other side of that considerable piece of furniture, King Gringolas sat in a chair ruminating over a map, comparing it to a piece of paper filled with scribbles. Stefan cleared his throat again, as he had been taught to do. "Your Majesty, I return from the northeastern provinces with a letter from the governor." The king looked up. "So that crafty old goat survives the plague. Why am I not surprised?" Stefan placed the letter carefully before the king. "All of Esala has escaped the plague, my lord." The king grunted as he tore into the letter. He read the contents once and returned to the top to read them again. Stefan couldn't leave without a dismissal from the king, and he was forced to wait yet again as the man read his letter. That man is too clever by far, Alden. He is holding onto the lion's share of the taxes until we send a larger force. The way things look, we won't get there until summer, and he knows it. I'd like to take his ostrich plume and shove it up his. Your Majesty, the counselor Aldon interjected, getting angry over the situation isn't going to help. Besides, we have more matters to attend to at this moment. This messenger has returned with information that we are seeking now. The counselor turned Stefan. Spread on the table there is map of the kingdom with markers of the plague and its ravages. You are the first to return from the northeast, and your report is vital. Stefan leaned over the table to study the map. With his eyes he traced his route to Sardiford, and then north to Essala through the mountains. He began. Sardiford has dropped the plague flag from her tower. Her plague pits are still filling, though the pace has slowed down considerably. The north road out of Sardiford is infested, and even the marmots are foaming at the mouth, dying. The plague deaths are worse in the rural areas. Here and here, he pointed, entire farmsteads and villages are wiped out or abandoned. In many places, none survive to bury a family. Survivors starve if there is no one to tend the flocks or maintain the fields. In many cases, survivors avoid travelers in hopes of avoiding plague, which makes it difficult to count the live ones. Essala is plague-free, though. The Black Death plunges on around and past her, but she is safe and secure. The king hissed, I told you that governor is too clever by far. Did you learn his secret? I not only learned it, I had the misfortune of experiencing it firsthand, your majesty. Aldon nudged the guard. Answer directly, guardsman. My pardon, Stefan answered with alertness. All waste and garbage are removed from the city daily, and cesspools within the city were closed and filled. All vermin are hunted and killed immediately. To enter the city from the plague lands, one must endure a bath that burns the skin from one's flesh. Clothes, saddles, and everything else must endure the same treatment. The king shook his head. Such a thing is impossible to do. Kill all the vermin? They would take years to purge, and still they would return in full numbers. Aldon tilted his head. If his majesty offered a copper for every 10 carcasses, you may solve the problem for a handful of ducats. The king gave him a look that Stefan couldn't fathom. I'll take your advice under consideration, Aldon. The king returned to Stefan. From where did our governor discern this information? He has a healer in his employ by the name of Mirella, your majesty. She is quite knowledgeable and able in her duties. The king gave Stefan the same look that had been given the counselor. And you are able to ascertain her abilities how? Stefan blushed crimson. Discretion is a gentleman's creed, your majesty. Ah, to be young and virile again, Alden. I miss those days, the king remarked with a chuckle, as if Stefan wasn't present. But, Stefan began with a stutter in haste to cover his faux pas. This healer has travel journals of her kindred going back 4 generations that mention the same plague. She can read? Aldon queried with discernible curiosity. She showed me the bound text, and I read the paragraphs myself, Stefan replied defensively. You can read? The king interposed with a dose of incredulity. I was raised in the preschools, Your Majesty, Stefan explained when he was interrupted by 3 loud thumps on the door. Without waiting for permission, the old man ran for the door and ushered in a young page. The boy whispered in Aldon's ear and then slipped back out the door. Stefan was envious of the child's ability to escape. He found no thrill in having a private audience with the king, no pleasure in being singled out, and no gratification in having to report his complete journey to the man who could have his head removed immediately. His thoughts were interrupted by the counselor. The Masons' Guild has been struck with plague at their master's house. They demand that His Majesty do something at once, and are sending an emissary at this time. The Dye Guild has heard of the Masons' Guild's immediate demand for an audience, and is sending their emissary to add to the protest. I suspect the other guilds will be joining the cavalcade shortly. The king sighed with resignation. Call for my steward, and let us prepare for these poppycocks. The sooner we deal with them, the sooner we can return to more important issues of the day. Perhaps they believe I can order the end of this pestilence with a wave of my regal hand. The king pointed to Stefan. You are dismissed, but don't leave the city until I have your full report. Stefan bowed low. Of course, Your Highness. As Stefan turned to flee, he overheard the king remark, Maybe we can offer 10 taels for a copper to these gullible toadies. Stefan escaped all the way to his captain's office, rushing through every corridor, doorway, and walk, until he neared the offices of the King's Guard, where he had begun his latest journey. Apparently his day was not complete. Congratulations, his captain announced without enthusiasm. By virtue of surviving the pestilence and completing your journey, you are awarded the rank of sergeant. Your platoon awaits you in the stables, and don't make the novice mistake of keeping them waiting. This is your new commission. He handed a piece of paper. You can pick up a new uniform and chevrons from the quartermaster. Report to me in the morning. Dismissed. Stefan reached for the door when his captain called out, One more thing, Sergeant. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, sir. Stefan responded automatically, wondering how the man had already learned of Reyna, having forgotten that he had already informed the man. His befuddlement didn't clear, even as he made his way to his new house, deep into the evening. For 2 weeks, Stefan sat on pins and needles, waiting for the royal summons that he hoped would never come. His small hope had been the report that he had given to his captain when he first arrived had been passed along and up the chain of command. Sat was the wrong word, because a sergeant had many duties, and 10 spoiled, rich young men who did not appreciate the position that their fathers had purchased for them. For the first time, Stefan understood the withering looks of the Black Shield as they gazed upon the antics of the lowest ranks of the King's Guard. Stefan was amazed of how he had cast disdain upon his comrade, Gregor, when these recruits made the man appear like an angelic child. Only when Stefan openly debated allowing 2 rather livid Black Shield to take one of his charges to the king's dungeon for drunkenness and fighting, did the dullards gain an inkling of how to perform their duties with proper respect. Had the young man not responded properly, the next step would have been discipline with a whip in front of the stables, a task that Stefan had witnessed before but had no desire to inflict. The Black Shield had their revenge on the young private anyway. They caught him out in the open and beat the unruly man rather thoroughly, with the encouragement of the crowd that gathered round to watch the entertainment. When Stefan learned of the ambush, he asked his captain for the proper response. Taking his superior's advice, he invited the two offended soldiers to their favorite tavern and bought them both 2 tankards of ale to ease their throbbing knuckles. Both of the Black Shield suggested Stefan pay for their whores, but he demurred, explaining that if they had disciplined his private in a more clandestine manner without witnesses, he would have jumped at such a gesture. During the week, Stefan noticed that the dirty stares of the Black Shield ceased when he crossed their paths. Whatever their rules of honor were, he had passed some sort of test. 6th day was usually a slower, drowsier workday, as the king and his court prepared to relax on 7th day. Stefan, still trying to adjust to his new position, was looking forward to an easing of the tension. He was strolling out of the stables when a page from the palace found him and handed him a red baton of summons. Stefan's heart sank. He followed the page, trying to arrange the grimace on his face into a blank look. Through the private entrance, Stefan measured his paces steadily, sure of his coming demise as the news of his slaying of the priest reached the royal ear. As the page turned left, when Stefan was fairly sure that he should have turned right, his fatalism melted into confusion. 2 Black Shields stood in the quiet hallway, and above them hung the flag of their regiment. Stefan had never been to a captain of the Black Shield's domain. They handled their own messages without the interference of the king's guard. Stefan straightened his tunic and stepped into the room. His captain sat with the Black Shield captain, sharing a hot drink in 2 stuffed chairs. "Sir," Stefan drew a salute. "You summoned me." "Captain Cardobina issued the summons, Sergeant. You are here to answer certain questions, and you will answer them in full. Is that clear?" "Perfectly clear, Captain," Stefan responded to his captain. What followed was a minor inquisition. Stefan was quizzed in detail on the incident between his private and the Black Shield. The questioning then moved on to his family and his education, with a close interview of the courses he studied. Finally, he was asked about the death of Gregor and his return trip. Stefan found himself forced to mention Marikand, although no questions were asked about any incidents there. "I am satisfied," Captain Cardobina concluded to the captain of the King's Guard. Stefan's captain arose and faced him. "One of our lieutenants has failed to return, and we have received word that he has succumbed to the plague. We are already dreadfully short in the ranks, and I cannot afford to be handicapped at this time of emergency. Upon the approval of the captain of the Black Shield, King Gringolos presents you with an officer's commission as a lieutenant in the King's Guard." Stefan was dumbfounded. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful, sir, but why me? There are several sergeants with more years in the King's Guard." The captain gave a wry smile. "I understand your confusion. First, you have the proper education for the administrative tasks that come with this thankless job. Second, you handled the incident with the Black Shield with tact and respect, without being bowled over. Finally, and most importantly, you have received unsolicited personal recommendations from Sardiford. Commissioned officers are valued for their loyal service to the crown and his subjects, he added cryptically. Captain Cardabina arose from his chair and handed Stefan a heavy piece of parchment. The new lieutenant unfolded the paper and scanned the legal document, blinking twice at the royal signature and the wax stamp of the king's household. Before Stefan could look up, he felt a heavy hand come down on his shoulder. Congratulations, Lieutenant. Welcome again to the king's service. Bedazzled and dazed, Stefan replied, Thank you, Captain. Rona had the same reaction that Stefan felt, elation and dread. They must know about Marikand, Stefan, she husked. They may know, he conceded as he paced the room, and they must approve. Otherwise, I would already be hanging from a tree, and you would be a young widow. He stopped his pacing. If they know, then we have little to fear from the regiments that surround the king. My real fear is if the captains of the Black Shield and King's Guard have knowledge, then the high priest may have the same news. Reyna couldn't keep the panic from her voice. Heresy? Possibly, but I doubt it, Stefan considered as he rubbed his fingers over the stubble on his face. If the ranked priest of Marikand didn't have sanction to kill Delusions, he may have put the temple in a compromising position, one in which the king could use as leverage against the temple and her priests. The high priest doesn't answer to the king per se, but he isn't independent of Gringolas's reign either. Then what does the high priest have against you if you removed an embarrassment from his temple? Stefan snorted, revenge for killing his man. Stefan stopped his pacing again. Gather up all of the coin that you have hidden in the house. We have business. We are fleeing from the priest's husband, Reyna asked with puzzlement. We are going to deposit our wealth with a recommended Delusian. As moneylenders, they have certain rooms that are secure and guarded for the sake of the coin they must hold at times. One can rent space in a vault for a small fee with complete discretion. Reyna nodded at his wisdom of the moment. Besides, Stefan continued with a slight smile, it gives us an opportunity to learn if they have heard the news of their brethren in Marikand and Sardiford. We may have need of new friends, and this time, the enemy of our enemy may indeed be our friend. Let us see what new bonds we can forge, dear wife. How does one measure success? Stefan left the Delusion house with Reyna, with another insight into the power of information and knowledge. Money was only one lever amongst the powers of the kingdom, but not necessarily the most powerful all of the time. Perhaps in the long view of the world, words were more powerful than metal. When Stefan and Reyna whistled a bit of the tune the penned Delusions had sung as they gazed upon their intended fate, their hosts for the evening responded with great enthusiasm. As the afternoon bled into the evening and evening into night, he learned a different history of the same world, a different philosophy, and a new appreciation of what could be gained by knowledge and study. The night closed with a hearty meal of offered hospitality and a new avenue of friendship and security. The cosmos turned again as they walked home. Engrossed in their latest adventure, neither noticed the hooded shadow that followed them all the way to their guarded neighborhood. As a lieutenant, Stefan became much more aware of a second dual role that the king's guard performed, being the eyes and ears of the king out among the populace. What a king's guard reported went directly to the royal wing of the palace, a fact that had somehow eluded the young man until now. In his new office, Stefan had a first taste of the information gathering called intelligence. He liked it. Although much of his work involved assigning out tasks and receiving reports on training, materials, and other mundane items that kept a courier and his horse moving, he also received first-hand accounts of nobility, initiatives, and government actions. At times, he was tasked with delivering the information to the secretaries and advisors of the king or the crowned prince, a fine duty of rubbing shoulders with the powerful and mighty. Once in a while, he was summoned to cover up the minor infidelities of buggered pages, cuckolded husbands, and betrayed wives, or to execute swift punishment upon petty extortionists and would-be blackmailers of the palace denizens. He learned the depth of the term discretion. The loyal soldier thought that there was little left to shock him until rumors reached his ears that the high priest had been sending out feelers concerning his person. A stone settled into his belly. Stefan had hoped that with an officer's commission, any binding ties that the priesthood had upon his person had been severed. Yet in his heart of hearts, he knew that they held sway over his family and kin at the least. His murder of the master priest in Maracon left him vulnerable to extortion and blackmail if the temple desired to put him to the screws. His wealth was protected. Reina was guarded from harm. There was little else Stefan could do but keep his ears open and remain cautious. He waited. The plague had receded from the kingdom, though reports from travelers mentioned its devastation north and west. The immediate curse had burned itself out. The great capital felt empty, even though at least half of the population had survived. Spring had witnessed a few deaths by starvation and more than a few pregnant women, although Reina wasn't one of them. The initial euphoria of surviving the Black Plague gave way to melancholy as the residents took stock of their losses of family and friends, business, and opportunity. Physicians were in disrepute, having failed to cure the malady as it burned through the population. The priesthood, with its devastated ranks, was viewed through a complicated lens of pity and loathing. Neither rituals nor alms saved the believers. It was in the midst of this baleful stress that Stephan received a summons to appear before the high priest, Eusebionius. Deliberately restricting his movements behind the city wall or to his guarded neighborhood, Stephan had forced the cleric to make a public summons for his person. At the worst, his wife would know where to go to collect his body. The lieutenant, acting on an impulse, summoned one of his sergeants along with his platoon. Although not normal procedure, Stephan marched the entire platoon up the high temple complex, leaving his men in the courtyard before the administrative offices with their swords strapped to their waists, at the ready rather than over their shoulders. He left very specific orders with the sergeant and gave one last survey of the platoon. Not one face displayed a flicker, a comfort standing in the courtyard, and from that Stephan took reassurance. The high priest was not allowed to have soldiers of the king's regiments guard his person, for he was technically not a citizen of the kingdom. The temples were found in many lands, and thus his loyalty was to the gods and their buildings rather than the mortal kings. The soldiers of the High Temple were hired mercenaries who were imported from other lands, who mixed little with the local populations. Theirs was a closed world that paid well enough for long, boring service. Two of the mercenaries, in their striped pantaloons and flamboyant hats, escorted Stefan through the building to the high priest's administrative office on the second floor in the back. It was said that the view of the northern plain was spectacular from his windows. However, the plague had forced renovations of the office that kept Stefan from taking the least peek out the back windows. Two enormous fireplaces had been built facing each other in the middle of the room, and between them was the desk and chair of the high priest. Throughout the length of the plague, Eusebionius had sat in that chair between the two roaring fires. The purifying smell of burning wood had chased out the poisonous airs of the pestilence, or so his personal physician trumpeted after the passing of the plague. Today the high priest sat at the desk in his silk robes and ermine cape. While he demanded poverty and denial of his priests and their charges, Eusebionius denied himself no luxury or comfort of the greater world. His girth, though well hidden behind tailored clothing, was easy to espy. Even the room matched his outfit. The wall-sized tapestries that kept the chillstone at bay, the flowing gold curtains that framed the famed windows, and the floor laid out with various symbols of the gods, using rare and unique pieces of inlaid wood. The opulence was overwhelming, even to a frequent visitor of the royal suites. The dancing flames of the twin fireplaces also lent an air of extravagance to the room. "Approach novitiate," the high priest ordered. Stefan approached, but refused to pay obeisance to the man. "The days of my schooling in the temple schools are long past, Your Eminence. The temple service has given me over the king's guard to serve Gringolas. Born of the temple, the gods lay claim upon your soul even unto your death," Eusebionius preached. "That should have been one of the first lessons of your young life." Stefan held back another comment. He had no use for this dogma anymore, having learned that questioning it only led to more dogma. The high priest leaned back in his chair and let his fat fingers with their thick rings stroke his chin. He fixed Stefan with a look that mixed contempt and condescension with studied boredom. Stefan couldn't wait any longer. "Why have you summoned me, Your Eminence?" "The question is, why did I have to summon you?" Eusebionius sneered. "The question is, why you didn't come when you first arrived to make confession." "Confession for what?" Stefan responded slowly. "Shall we begin with the slaying of a priest with your sword?" the high priest snapped. "Who was acting without your orders?" Stefan retorted with some heat. "He was only killing delusions, who are, I may remind you, repudiators of our gods and their teachings," the older man yelled, "who are also citizens of the kingdom, whose death the king does not appreciate." Stefan replied angrily, "You killed a priest." "He killed tens of citizens in your name," Stefan replied with a newfound coolness. "You should be thanking me. You should be rewarding me for ridding the temple of a liability and an embarrassment." Eusebionius's face started to turn red. "Thanking you? You strike at the temple with a sword, and I should be grateful? I shall ground your pathetic bones into meal for my dogs." The man's fists were clenched, and his arms were shaking. He looked down at them and forced himself to relax, letting a small malicious smile creep onto his lips. You are audacious, novitiate, but your tongue cannot save you, Eusebius continued. He reached into his drawer and pulled a small scroll out of it. The scroll looked rather familiar to Stefan, but he willed his face not to react. Do you recognize this parchment, King's Guard? The high priest licked his lips. No, I do not. The contents are most interesting, and someone has been making comments in the margins. The arithmetic is somewhat sophisticated as well. Stefan tried deflecting. I'm sure you know I was dismissed from temple service because of my lack of reading and arithmetic. So you found a new teacher in the heathen city of Isala, Eusebius explained Stefan away. Soon that city shall fall to the truth of the gods, and their heretical teachings shall vanish from the earth. So you read the scroll, Stefan stated evenly. It is a typical treatise of misdirection and misapplied logic, proving nothing. The high priest dismissed with a wave of his hand. Proving you are nothing, Stefan smirked, and that all of your teachings are superstition and nonsense. You are in no position to lecture me, Stefan. The high priest leaned back in his seat, feigning ennui. He shouted for his guards, who stepped smartly into the room. You are formally charged with heresy, novitiate Stefan. A trial shall be held tomorrow, where you will be found guilty and executed at sunset, Eusebius declared. Well, Stefan offered, thinking furiously. There is the small problem of where did you find this scroll? In your house, of course, the man responded. Really? Stefan exclaimed. Would that be my house, in the guarded quarter of the king's regiments? Just how did a priest get permission to enter royal grounds and search the premises? Don't think a mere technicality will save you, the high priest snapped. Oh, it's not me that I'm trying to save, Eusebius. It's your two guards behind me and all of their mercenary friends. Since no saintly priest would ever dare violate the king's property, one of these foreign mercenaries must have done your dirty work. How convenient that I came with a platoon of King's Guard who will begin slaying these foreign spies and their families in just a few minutes, unless I return. Stefan turned to the two mercenaries. So tell me, gentlemen, is the high priest Eusebius paying you enough coin to sacrifice your friends and your families to the king's sword? He waited a pause. I see by your faces that while the grand priest spends well on himself, he has failed to recompense you fairly and fully. Stefan turned back to the high priest and snatched the scroll from the desk. With a lazy overhand throw, he tossed it into the left-hand fireplace. The dry parchment began to burn immediately. That is 5 coppers going up in flame, Your Eminence, Stefan explained. Knowledge is cheap, but superstition is very expensive, far more expensive than you have been willing to pay. He gave the barest nod of his head towards the purpled face and turned for the door. The mercenaries let him pass without a remark or a gesture, and he tromped out into the hall. Swiftly, he exited the building and called his guard to follow him. Outside of the temple grounds, his sergeant stopped him and handed him a red baton. Hellfire and damnation, Stefan sagged. You are requested to attend His Majesty in his private study, his sergeant informed him with an unmasked curiosity. All Stefan could muster was, "At least it's not the court. Return with your platoon to the barracks and inform the captain of my whereabouts." "If I may inquire, sir," the sergeant began, but Stefan cut him short. "If I emerge from this day intact, I will buy you the first tankard of ale. If, and until then, we will both have to await the content and its outcome." The secretary told Stefan to rap 3 times on the door and made him sign the record book. The lieutenant swallowed his fear at the request for 3 knocks, for he knew 3 knocks meant the door would be opened immediately. Out of the pot and into the fire, he mumbled to himself. "Enter," a voice cried out, and Stefan obeyed. Stefan walked 3 steps and saluted the king, the crowned prince, and the old adviser. "Lieutenant Stefan of the King's Guard, reporting as ordered, Your Majesty." "At ease, Lieutenant," King Gringolas rumbled. "I imagine you've had a hard day already. How did your interview with Eusebionius go?" "I don't think I'll be invited back, sir," Stefan stated, looking straight ahead, trying not let the beaded sweat around his neck distract him. The irritant was of little consequence, for as the counselor was admonishing Stefan for not answering directly, the crowned prince was laughing uproariously. The king banged on the table once for both to cease their noise. Stefan continued, "He wanted me put to death for slaying his priest in Marikand. When he failed at that gambit, he charged me with heresy." "Yet you are here and not in his dungeon," the crowned prince remarked with amusement, still in his voice. "How did you escape that charge?" "I didn't escape the charge, sir. It was true. However, the high priest doesn't pay his mercenaries enough, and the evidence went into the fireplace," Stefan answered candidly for the first time. The lifting of the secret burden was a relief to his soul. "What kind of heresy have you committed?" the crowned prince continued. "I hope it was something lascivious." "I'm sorry to disappoint the prince, but the heresy was a mathematical proof that the earth goes around the sun, a rather boring treatise using arithmetic," Stefan responded in full. "Does it?" the king piped in. "Probably," the old adviser answered before Stefan could, "but no one in their right mind is going to challenge the priests and their ignorant mobs over it." He faced Stefan. "Were you open about it?" "The high priest had the scroll stolen from a hidden place in my house in the military neighborhood just outside the wall," Stefan made clear. "Only my wife and I have studied the scroll, but she is just learning." "Where did you get this scroll?" the king asked. "Isala. The governor has invited a bookseller to take up residence in the city." The king shook his head. "I told you that governor is far too clever for his own good, Alden. The high priest has violated the boundaries of the royal property, father," the crowned prince pointed out. "I gathered as much, my son. What would be the proper response from the throne?" The crowned prince thought for a moment. "I believe that the high priest is in need of a spiritual rest at his mountain retreat in the western range. I wonder how soon the fatted fool could leave." The king nodded with approval. "Alden, make a note to invite our grand priest to make a hasty exit from the city. I'll give him 1 day to make his arrangements, because I'm feeling rather perturbed at his feint to harm one of my officers. Aldan wrote a quick note and passed it out the door before returning to the table where the king and his son sat. Stefan still stood at parade rest. The king continued, "Were you planning on telling me about your encounter with the zealous priest in Maracand, Lieutenant?" "My original report was interrupted, Your Majesty, and I was ashamed that my actions may have sullied the prestige of the King's Guard." "By that you mean slaying the man who was killing off the king's tax collectors?" the king suggested. "When you put the circumstance in those terms, yes, sir," Stefan replied. "Why did you offer good coin for the Delusion's safety in Sardiford?" His Majesty asked. "They are fine people and loyal to the crown. There was no reason for the flagellants to massacre them," Stefan explained. "Where did you come into wealth?" the crowned prince queried, going to the heart of the matter. "My comrade and I chanced upon a superior manor house where all had perished by the plague. One of the servants had squirreled the coin out of the house before he succumbed. My comrade wrested the coin from the dead man's body, exposing himself to the pestilence in doing so. I begged him to let it be, but his greed overrode his good sense. He died, and the coin came with me." "Why did you deposit your wealth with the local Delusions?" The crowned prince continued his interrogation. Stefan nearly shook his head in disbelief. "I had heard rumors that the high priest was asking questions about me. I used my coin to make some new friends and perhaps gain myself, or at least my wife, some outside security." His Majesty looked at his advisor. "Are you satisfied with this man's answers?" And Alden gave his approval. The king looked to his son, who also gave his approval. Gringolas straightened his back as he pushed himself back from the table. "You have a problem, young man. The high priest Eusebionius wants to you dead, and your king can only hold him at bay for so long. However, your king also has needs brought on by this damnable plague, and all of these concerns may converge at this time to your benefit. Now, I can order you as your regent, but this is a task that requires a loyalty beyond a king's command. Are you willing to accept such a mission?" "I am yours to command, Your Majesty," and Stefan bowed low. "Very well," the king smiled. "We have need for an envoy to travel east, beyond our borders, to re-establish relations with our neighbors and to rejoin the trade routes, which is the true source of our wealth. Aren't diplomats usually taken from the ranks of nobility, Your Majesty?" Stefan balked. The crowned prince chuckled. "Have you not had a bellyful of trying to train their progeny for the king's guard? You may assume that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Good diplomatic skills are innate. They are hard to find and cannot be easily taught. Thus far, you have negotiated treacherous terrain while remaining upright with your head still intact upon your shoulders. It is no small feat to face down the high priest after you have struck down one of his favored lackeys." Stefan took in all the words before he committed himself in a soft voice. "Wherever you will send me, there I will go." The king broke into a great smile. "Good. I will leave you in the hands of the crowned prince, who will coordinate your preparation and our priorities. Go home to your wife, ambassador, and soothe her fears. You have a great journey ahead of you.